Fans coming, be alright. And my mission is right, oh why? Okay, audio input, USB, nice, nice, nice. Where? Oh, key card, of course. Excuse me. All right, where we at? Where we at? Here I am. Where's? No, there I am. Yeah. What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? Talk to your boy. How we doing this Friday evening? How are we doing? How are we doing? What's good, Kribo? What's good, Nick? Oh my God, 2 streams in 1 week. Impossible. That is hilarious. First off, Nick, I do average about at least 2 to 3 streams per week. The only reason you guys didn't get 2 to 3 streams last week was because I was on vacation at the beach with my fiance. Hey, yo, Nin, what's good, bro? That video you dropped was amazing. Hey, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. A lot of hard work, a lot of calculations I had to do, a lot of vetting, right? Had to send that whole, well, not the entire video essay per se, but as far as the calcs and stuff, that all goes through a process. You know, I come up with the numbers, send it to the people in the server. We talk about it, we discuss things, we go over it, and then, not to say like there's a hierarchy of, oh, it's approved or oh, it's disapproved. You know, you can pretty much do what you want, but the goal is to be as accurate and consistent as possible. But yeah, thank you, bro. Thank you. I had a lot of fun making that video. And last stream, or yesterday's stream, we was actually looking for more versus matchups to actually do. So we'll be doing more. We'll be doing more versus matchups in that style. I like that style. You know what I mean? I kind of blended because usually you'll have people give like a lot of calcs but don't really justify the reasoning, and sometimes you'll have people give a lot of reasoning without any calcs to back up what they're actually saying. So I think I've pretty much melded those two together in a really good way to where I'm giving you the raw stats and the raw calcs and the AP and the DC and the durability. I'm giving you all that stuff, and then I'm giving you the logic behind why the abilities would interact the way they do, why a character might do something as opposed to not doing something else depending on who they're fighting, etc., etc. So that was fun. It was fun to do. Ab-Stract, I noticed scalers slipping in 1 or 2 AI generated images into the editing. Steinixos and you did it today. I don't think it will look good in the long run. AI generated. Did I have an AI generated image? If I did have an AI generated image, you know what? Hey, Karibo, can you timestamp that for me? Can you timestamp the AI generated image? It is from the Marvel Avengers Endgame where Thanos said impossible, then saw a meme saying unpossible. Laugh my ass off. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Yeah. But so yeah, let me get your guys' raw thoughts on the video. Like I said, today's stream is more so about yapping. I don't have like a topic per se planned. I did want to talk about the video a little bit. I did want to go over a live stream that I saw that I haven't watched myself yet, but I saw the live stream like was up, and I wanted to take a look at that with you guys together. It was from Seth the programmer. Let me see. Where's it at? Where is it at? Come on. God damn, excuse me. Let me get a drink. God damn, niggas on that fault like my time. I'm gonna hide you, Cody, and I'm gonna throw like a phantom. Shit. That is some strong shit. Okay. Much better. So yeah, let's go to the live stream, or let's try and see if we can find a live stream. Like I said, it was by Seth the programmer. And he was talking about, on average, something I finally agree with him. Let's do Seth. Yeah, his new channel is just Seth. Cool. Pretty sure it was a live. Yeah, so the live was Bleach characters are likely stronger than Naruto characters. And I think there's like a but or something like that. So we're going to review that. We're going to see what he's talking about with that. Because that's something interesting. Well, not that's my bias showing. That is 100% my bias. I misspoke. That is not something interesting. That is something I am interested in hearing him talk about, because I'm not going to lie. And different people do things differently, right? When I watch both series, I kind of just come to the conclusion, okay, well, these guys are stronger just based on the feats, just based on the story, just based on this, that, and the third. Some people watch Naruto and somehow have it stronger than Bleach and One Piece. Weird to me, but it is what it is. So when I hear someone from the other side being like, you know what, on average, Bleach characters might be stronger, that piques my interest, because like, what made you now at this point, after so many Naruto videos, after so many Bleach videos, after being a content creator for as long as you are, after being a power scaler for as long as you were / are, what now made you talk about this? What now has changed your mind? Have you always been batting for Bleach behind the scenes, but Naruto is more popular to make videos off of? Could it be that? I don't know. So I want to talk about that. That's going to be interesting. We won't watch the whole thing because the whole thing is 3 hours. But we'll skim around and stuff like that. The guy talking to Kakashi about the Kamui. Oh man, Karibo, I didn't. No, that was funny. I did not mind that. That was fine. If it was that, bro, you know that. I approve that. I didn't have a problem with that because it was funny to me. I enjoyed that. Planet Birthday, what's up? How you doing? It's probably just Karibo reaching for a way to make a vid where a Naruto character loses. Look bad, to be honest. Can we quickly debate Yamamoto versus Killer Bee? I'm craving calamari. Alright. Yamamoto, you know what? Let's do this. Because anytime I'm talking about a versus battle, it's much more fun for me to have a live representation on the screen, right? So we'll do it like this real quick. Yonan said that stream was good. That's dope, bro. That's dope. The Seth one, that is. Okay, got you. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at it. Yama. Yeah, let's go Yamamoto. Bankai. Yamamoto. So, yeah, while I'm doing this, and before we talk about that and get into the other stuff, what were your guys' thoughts on the video? Did we enjoy the scaling overall? Are we becoming a fan of AAAP scaling? Does it make sense? Does anyone have any questions? All right. Yeah, that's funny. Does anyone have any questions about the scaling? Does anyone have any concerns about how I scaled Kakashi, Toshiro, etc., etc.? We can delete that. We can delete that. And we can delete that. Let's go grab our boy Killer B. Bum bada bum bada bum bada. Okay. Alright, does he have a stance where he's like ready to fight? See, and this is my problem with Naruto characters in their full body pictures. None of them really have like really good pictures I can pull from the Kakashi one was nice, but that was fan made. Like, I'm looking for a good Killer B picture to place with Yamamoto looking swagged out, saucy as shit over here, but I can't find nothing, bro. Can't find nothing. I guess I could do this one, then turn it around. Yeah, but this is a game. I'm not using that. Not using that. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna just have to pick one because I don't want to take all day finding an image. Okay, paste, and paste. Move the background. Make him taller. Not that tall. He's bigger than Yama. About that tall. That's good. And where is it versus Killer Bee versus Yamamoto? This is such a weird matchup, bro. Like, this is one of the matchups, like, what? Why can't I see you? Alright, you get the picture. Something like that. It don't gotta be perfect. This is just a representation. So we'll get into this. Let me read the comments first. What are we talking about? Michael, what's good, Michael? How you doing, bro? Enjoyed Kakashi versus Toshiro. Don't mind the low balls. Excellent. Perfect. Mugetsu wants blood like shit. Oh no. The Seth one, that is right. Seth's live stream was about 3 hours long. Yeah, we're only going to watch like segments of it. Not the full thing. I don't have 3 hours to, Yeah, no. Seth has like 5 channels, like shit. Even though it's 100% true, seeing Planet Buster Momo is still funny. It's hilarious. If he brings that up, that'll be really funny. Always saw Bleach stronger than One Piece and Naruto. Yeah. Your latest vid reinvigorated my interest in scaling Grimjaw versus Lucci with AAAP. Going to look back over pre-time skip to get a better read on Lucci scaling. Hey, bro, that's dope. And, hey, Michael, honestly, bro, I was really just, like, I was just reading, like, kind of going back to the roots. Chapter 38, One Piece, Koro versus Luffy. I was just reading that because I think the next video, out of all the suggestions that you guys gave me, the one I really do want to do is I want to take a stab at some One Piece scaling and do some versus matchups. So I think I'm going to do One Piece versus Soul Society. And so I'm starting back here, seeing what Captain Koro can do. You already calced the buggy ball. Thank you for that. You already calced the buggy ball, so I'll use that. And we'll probably end up doing Ennie's Lobby versus Soul Society. We'll see how that goes. But yeah. Okay. Was Seth making videos since as far back as the Naruto manga was still going on? Thought the years just hear his name come up every now and often. I think he was. Him, Swag Kage, and all them, they all started very early. So yeah, they probably were. Also, remember when Seth did a One Piece vid well before he even read the series? He did a One Piece video before reading the series? That's kind of crazy, but okay. Yamamoto has no way to stop a Biju bomb. Karibo, don't start, bro. Karibo. Oh, no. Seth has always maintained that Bleach scales higher than Naruto. He just doesn't talk about Bleach as often as Naruto. Every Naruto versus Bleach vid Seth has made, he put Bleach on top. Okay, never mind. We might not even gotta watch the stream then. Low key. Nah, we still gonna watch it. That's dope though. Hey yo, Kai, you late, Kai. Karibo beat you to it, bro. You late. Go take a seat in the back, my nigga. You late. Let me stop. I love vitamin water. Man, Naruto and Dragon Ball were my first shows, then One Piece, then a lot of shows, then comes Bleach, and it's not close. One Piece is closer to Naruto than Naruto is to Bleach. See, when y'all say One Piece is closer to Naruto, maybe it's like my perspective. Are we talking about like cosmology scaling and that's why One Piece isn't stronger in your guys' eyes? Are you guys talking about DC feats and more flashy and that's why One Piece isn't stronger? Because it really doesn't make too much sense to me. It doesn't make too much sense to me. AAAP scaling was good in the video. You did it in a non-biased way and used in the factors presented in both series to scale them accurately. Thank you, Yonin. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. What's the AAAP scaling like? Low ball, bare minimum, and a high ball, or what? So yes, Sylvie, Ronan actually told me I should probably make a video explaining the AAAP scaling method and the ins and outs of it, how it works, etc., etc. Your little example of it just now wasn't incorrect, actually. It's pretty spot on, right? So yeah, the AAAP scaling methodology focuses on necessary minimums. We don't use unbacked claims. We don't use, like, you can use statements, but we want those statements to be backed or corroborated by something. You know, give us something. Don't just say a character stated something and, oh, it must be true. No. Half-truths exist, lies exist, hyperbole exists, misinterpretations exist, retcons exist. All of these things can change the scaling landscape at the drop of a dime, depending on who's interpreting it. So we look for what must be true, right? When it comes to AP, we of course go for the true AP, not the perceived AP, not the DC, not the total joules. We want how potent the attack is per cubic centimeter. That will standardize the attack and tell us how potent that attack is across the board. When it comes to author's intent, I suppose that one can be person by person. Personally, I understand that authors aren't power scalers. Mind you, they have to power scale their own series to a degree, but they don't do what we do to their own series, right? They don't go in as hard as us. They don't go in as deep as us on their own series as far as power. And I always bring up this example. The guy that created Danny Phantom had someone power scaled Danny Phantom, then showed the guy that created Danny Phantom, and the creator's like, wow, I never knew Danny Phantom was that powerful. My nigga, you created him. How do you not know? So like stuff like that is like, okay, cool. We can utilize depth of the author because anyone's interpretation on a work of fiction or work of art can be looked at in a subjective lens by anyone else. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, a subjective lens, yeah. So author's intent, take that how you will. Once again, if there are things corroborating, if there are things that back it up, if there are truth claims and positives to be gathered from it, we can use it. If not, I generally like to stay clear of author's intent. Don't get me wrong. I'm not so like strict to where it's like, oh, this happened, so you don't think this. Like, I can't think of an example off the top of my head right now. If one comes, I'll let you know. But I'm not so strict as to ignore what's going on in the series. You know what I mean? Read the room type thing as far as that. But a dedicated video on the AAAP scaling methodology might actually be a good idea. And if you want to do some like pre-work or prep work, not even prep work, the person whose scaling I utilize is Zalius. I've mentioned him many times on the screen before. I've referenced him many times on the screen before. You can check out his videos. He breaks down the methodology completely, and it's pretty much my guidelines for scaling. Out of all the scaling methodologies I've came across, I found his to be the most efficient if we're looking for accuracy and consistency. I found it to be the most practical. And I found it to be the most fun, to be honest. I found it to be the most fun. That's more important. I'm going to tell you why. I mentioned one of these streams like a long time ago. I said scaling is getting lazy. It's getting lazy. All of a sudden, every character in the world scales the light speed. All of a sudden. Right? That's lazy as shit to me. It's lazy. It takes away from doing the actual work. Right? The minute light is mentioned, the minute someone has dodged light or did this, they have to be light speed. I don't like that. It's not fun. No. We're not doing that. You either have legitimate light speed or relativistic feats, or you don't. I'm like, no. And that also goes into the statement game, which is why I'm so hard on Naruto's case about these damn data books and stuff, right? The other thing would be DC scaling. People scale strictly off of the DC. That's lazy, not fun. Look up the inverse square law. You'll find that attacks that have a larger volume get weaker the more they move away from the epicenter or the initial volume or whatever of the attack, right? So yeah, things like scaling attacks per cubic centimeter, things like using, what in the fuck is that? Things like scaling attacks per cubic centimeter, things like using the inverse square law, that's more fun for me because I know I'm being accurate. I know I can back up every little thing I say. I know that if I ever do have to get into a debate, I have concrete numbers that are not just pulled out of my ass. I can validate everything I'm saying. And if I have to hold someone to the same degree that I'm using, they will fall short. They will come up short every other time because they chose to take the, I don't even want to say the lazy route. And here's the thing. It's not lazy necessarily. What it is it's not lazy. I want to take that back actually. Yeah, it's not lazy. It's not necessarily lazy. What it is scaling is too opinionated. It is too opinionated. There is no standard. Let me move Yamamoto up. Right there. Yeah. Let me make Killer be a little bit bigger too real quick. Yeah, scaling has become too opinionated and there's no actual order to things. I mentioned, again, another stream, I mentioned something like the scaling initiative or like even having an IQ test for power scalers because I don't believe everyone should be a power scaler. It's not something that I can stop, of course, but I just don't believe everyone that has a fucking opinion should be power scaling because most of these people are out here scaling with an agenda, and that you see it. It's very prevalent on social media, scaling with an agenda. Like, I want a system to where this person has marks and checks from contemporaries, number one, but also people that have been vetted. People that have like a stamp, like, okay, cool, he has a stamp from X, 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 and X. You can trust his words. You can trust him as a source. He might be wrong. Yeah, sure, everyone's wrong. Everyone is wrong. Not saying anyone's not wrong. Not saying I'm infallible. I'm, definitely, right? But I'm saying, I don't think everyone should be a power scaler or should power scale. Had a busy day. I'll give the video a watch right now and be right back. Got you, Planet. Look, I wanted some pan-seared calamari. Killer B is reasonably tall. He is reasonably tall. That's why I kind of increased him. Yama speed blitzes, erases B from existence, pack it up like shit. There's some flame Brody the octopus. Wasn't Koro using an incomplete form of Soto? So I was looking into that as well. Apparently Oda said, and see, this is why like author's intent is kind of weird. Oda seems to think, I'm not going to say seems to think. That's kind of like rude of me to say he seems to think on his own series, right? I'm not going to say that. Oda says that Captain Kuro's pussycat maneuver would be the same speed as the CP9's shave technique. He said it would be the same speed. That was kind of wild to me. And in my head, I'm like, all right, hold up. Captain Kuro's back at chapter 15. We have Enel in between there. We have Crocodile in between there. We have CP9 getting into Ennie's lobby. Okay. There's so much scaling in between there. You mean to tell me one of the first villains are moving as fast as CP9 agents and Luffy is tagging him? But then when it comes to, you know what I mean? But I'm not even going to get into it. It's fine. But stuff like that is why I would shy away from author's intent. You damn straight, I'm late. I had to take a shower and make dinner. Laugh my ass off. Don't tell me you want me to show up all musty, dusty, crusty, and all types of hungry. Ab-Stract. Hey, nah, you good, bro. You good. Do your thing. I'd appreciate that, Michael. Wish there was a way to account for the number of people being perception blitzed by a character, because Kodo blitzing his entire crew for an extended period should be broken as hell. Yeah. Well, so, like, Michael, like, yes and no. Here's the thing. If we're taking a bunch of no-name randoms or average people, for example, you could have a group of 200 people. We'll all get blitzed by the same bullet. Doesn't really make the bullet any faster, though. We will all get blitzed by the same bullet. But the bullet doesn't get faster by how many people got blitzed by it. It is cool to see, though, right? He did pretty much blitz his entire crew. And I don't want to say Luffy for a time. Luffy was pretty Luffy was pretty spot on with dodging Kuro. I haven't finished the fight though, so I'm gonna have to finish that fight. Ab-Stract, you think there's any Naruto / Boruto character beating Sensui in a 1v? Sensui? Are you serious, bro? No. Sensui is a demon. I wouldn't even. No one's beating Sensui. Nah, no one's touching Sensui. Yeah, Michael's correct. Actually, who's bigger brain schemer between Sensui and Aizen? So I don't know. I don't know Sensui outside of the scaling. I don't know his personality. Well, I know a little bit of his personality because I watched the fight, but I don't know him outside of the scales that I've seen done in the calcs and stuff. It's raining hard as shit out there. I've always felt the Fullbringer arc was very reminiscent of chapter Black arc from Yu Yu Hakusho. The Fullbringers feel so similar to the physics, and Ginjo is just the worst written Sensui. Side note: before group match, the Stardust Crusaders from JoJo vs Sensui 7 would be a sick matchup. Well, I know Sensui has like multiple personalities. Does the same thing for the Stardust people? Is the same thing? Mugetsu. He has combat feats. He simply hasn't gone all out. I was talking about Sensui from Yu Yu Hakusho, not Shunsui. One smart. No combat feats. Try again. Guns and the other director of Superman, Man of Steel, both wanted a weaker Superman than the one they made in their own movies. Alright, where we at? He has combat feats, Karibo says. Mugetsu says he has no combat feats because he too scared to box. His only feats are swinging on someone, not fighting back. He's relying on his ability, which would be null and void against Sensui, as he is immune to intent manipulation. No shade to anyone here guilty of this, but it bugs me when scaling content creators cite calcs they didn't create / contribute to commission. If you're citing a feat that's on VSBW, why bother? Let me read that again. That was funny. Michael says, no shade to anyone here guilty of this, so he is also guilty of this, but it bugs me when scaling content creators cite calcs they didn't create, contribute to / commission. If you're citing a feat that's on VSBW, why bother? So wait, Michael, are you saying if they're going to use a calc from VSBW, they might as not cite it anyway? I'm having a little problems understanding that last portion. The beginning part is funny though. The beginning part is funny, and so I'll say this too, because like I used Cable's calc, and of course no shade, obviously, right? Because I'm not perfect. Like there are things with power scaling that I physically can't do just because I don't know how to do it, and there's literally no one like to teach me. I don't have the time anyway, but yeah. So there are times where I will have to rely on a calc, but the difference is I'm still going to vet the calc with our community. That's the difference. I'll still take the calc and say, hey, I found this. What do you guys think about this? Ask Vector. I'll ask you, Michael. I'll ask Galaxy. If Zalius ever gets active again, I'll ask him. Like shit. I'll ask Spirit, right? But yeah. Especially Twitter. One smart tried, but he didn't. Intent manipulation. Sensui is immune to intent manipulation. Damon relies on his ability preventing people from attacking. Uranus says especially Twitter. Like shit. Damon doesn't manipulate his opponent's intent. Scaling with agenda. Oh yeah. So Twitter is a fucking cesspool, bro. Twitter is a cesspool. In fact, yeah, I haven't debated on Twitter in a while, and I've had a much better peace of mind since I haven't debated on Twitter. So I think we'll keep that up. I'll come back every now and then for something, but like, no. What are you talking about? He literally does. His ability forces people to lose intent to attack. You're mixing up Damon with someone else. Damon is Ada's dumb little sidekick, right? Her little brother, but yeah. That was pressing the king of frauds code. That's true, yeah. Damon doesn't manipulate someone's intent. The damage they take from action reflection is based on intent, but he doesn't alter their intentions. Kuro could maybe be as fast as CP9 with AAAP scaling, assuming that Luffy doesn't get explicitly faster in his stretch of the story. Oh, in this stretch of the story, Luffy could only really tag Kaido based on his sense of touch. He was consistently getting perception blitzed by Kaido. Gotcha. And I still haven't finished the fight. I've only kind of watched like the first 2 chapters where Luffy picks up a really big rock. He uses it to block and slam it into Kaido and all this stuff. He breaks 5 of his claws. So I'm not finished the fight. So yeah. One smart. Still wouldn't work on Sensui as it involves intent. Not the Stardust Crusaders versus Sensui and his personalities. I was referring to his team of sidekicks. Oh, okay. Got you. You said intent manipulation, which is not what Damon does. That is correct. Kribo is correct. Damon does not do intent manipulation. What Damon does is based on your intent as far as launching a physical attack or intending on hurting him, like thinking about it, right? Intending to harm him within your mind or imagining something. He can reflect those things. He doesn't have intent manipulation, though. He cannot manipulate what you intend. Or can he, technically? In some reverse engineering way, it would be intent manipulation based on the fact that since you're intending something for Damon and it gets reflected, you could argue he's manipulating your intent. I don't know. Yeah. Bro hasn't read Yu Yu Hakusho. I meant that if a calc is already publicly available, especially on a site dedicated to databasing character stats, why bother with a dedicated video as opposed to letting people look up those calcs? I meant that if a calc is already publicly available, especially on a site dedicated to databasing character stats, why bother with a dedicated video as opposed to letting people look up those calcs? Alright, now I have more questions than answers, Michael. And maybe it's me. Right? Maybe it's me. Are you saying... Let me make sure. Why bother with a dedicated video as opposed to letting people look up those calcs? So, are people still making dedicated calc videos though, and using VSB as the source? Are people still doing that? Like that kind of be weird, because at that point, yeah, just let them look it up themselves. But if people are still making dedicated calc videos based on VSB, that would be kind of weird. Not gonna lie, because at that point, yeah, you could just look it up yourself. Mugetsu says, Ab-Stract. Would Damon's ability function on an attack from Shinobi Sensui if it was an attack thought up by Kazuya Sensui? Ooh. That is a beautiful question. That is a beautiful question. If Shinobu Sensui is in control of the body, but Kazuya Sensui imagines the attack, would he take damage? Woo! Did y'all hear that lightning? That shit's scary. All right, would he take damage? I'm inclined to say no. What in the fuck? Oh my god, yo. If y'all could have heard that like how I heard that, bro, that shit was scary as fuck just now. Back to the question. If Shinobu Sensui is in control of the body, but Kazuya Sensui imagines an attack, will he take damage? That's a beautiful question. I would have to say no. I don't think he would, because while the mind might exist, well, so it depends. It really depends. And this goes into the mind-body question. If if Yu Yu Hakusho is a verse that relies on physicalism, then yes, physicalism meaning that the body itself and the soul are technically one. Everything that comes from the body is a byproduct of the body. So the mind would be a byproduct of the body. Emotions would be a byproduct of the body, etc., etc. If Yu Yu Hakusho operates on a materialism, not materialism, a dualistic viewpoint where they're separate. If Yu Yu Hakusho operates on a dualistic viewpoint, then no, he wouldn't take damage because they would be two distinct and separate minds, two distinct and separate beings at that time. So it really depends on which you think Yu Yu Hakusho operates under. But that was a good question. I was thinking back on that Sakura versus One Piece video that Eon was responding to, or Seth's video on Naruto being planetary and citing VSBW exclusively. Okay. So then, Michael, still just a little confused. Are you saying people shouldn't cite VSBW in their videos, or are you saying like, why are they showing the calc from VSBW? Right? If they're saying it, like if they say, okay, cool, this comes from VSBW, she's at this level. Are you saying they shouldn't show the whole calc and instead direct people to the calc itself? Sounds like the lightning is right next to him. Why did you piss Zeus off? I don't know what the fuck I did. It probably was that damn Kakashi lightning video. Now that nigga trying to strike me with lightning. Why are you scared, Ab-Stract? It's just God trying to get your attention. I don't know what he need my attention for. I'm good. I'm about to get married. I'm straight. Dude, I think Kakashi is gunning for you. Like shit. Thor, Angie. That was Kakashi cutting a lightning bolt with Raikiri. Facts. Why Damon's reflection work on very dumb people or very enraged or insane? Let me read that again, Maxis. Why Damon's reflection work on very dumb people or very enraged or insane? Oh, are you saying why would his ability work on those type of people, or why does his ability work on those type of people? Wait, that gives me an idea. If Ino or someone from Ino's clan does mind transfer and they attack Damon, would the body they're in take damage or their real body? Well, so for Naruto, I think Naruto operates on based on everything we know, about Naruto should operate on well, then again, the Edo Tensei uses their flesh like a piece of their DNA to call back the soul. So that would implicate it being part of materialism. Let me think. But then again, their souls can exist without their bodies, independently of their bodies. So yeah, that's a good question. If Ino did mind transfer jutsu, that's a good question. Let me see. If Ino or someone from Ino's clan did mind transfer and they attacked Damon, would the body their intake damage or their real body? That's a good question. That is a good fucking... So here's the thing. We can get physical damage out the way. If Ino does mind transfer and tries to like stab Damon with a physical weapon, she will take damage because... Or that body will take damage because that's what's responding. It's responding to that physical attack from that entity. The mind transfer thing. If Ino switches bodies and imagine Damon dying, would she die? That's a good fucking question. I really hope they do some creative shit in Boruto and explore that for us, bro. It's a good question, though. I would have to I don't think I can give you a answer here, only because it would have required me to philosophize way too long. I'd have to start writing a script for it, honestly. But yeah, that'd be cool. Now, Yamato versus I'm sorry, Yamato. Yamamoto versus Killer Bee. What in God's green earth is Killer Bee going to do to Yamamoto that will actually work? He's not beating him with his swords. He's not beating him with a lightning style enhanced pencil. He's not beating him with a lariat. What is he doing to Yamamoto? I don't know why Mugetsu wanted this to happen. Yamamoto, if I, like, when I make a video on Yamamoto, do not be surprised if I say he beats the entire verse with a single move. Yamamoto one-shots Naruto's verse with a single move. Like, provided they stand there and take it. I'm not talking about defending, etc., etc. He has one move, though, and not like they could defend anyway if he outspeeds them. But he has a single move that he can use that will one-shot the entire verse. And it's literally just waving his sword in the air with flames. That will one-shot everyone it comes across. Action reflection does damage based on intent, but thought reflection causes the attacker to experience the end result. Well, I mean, they're both intent, Karibo. It's just that the action is... they're both intent. It's just the action is actually something that's physically happening, whereas, you know, the thought reflection is something that is mentally happening. But yes, Karibo is correct on that, what he said. I'm saying as a personal preference, I would rather scalers rely on calcs they contribute to some degree. Okay. As opposed to relying on a calc that exists independent of their efforts. It seems lazier. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Let me see. I can agree with that for the most part. But here's the thing. And this is just my opinion, right? Of course. I think everyone has their strong suits and their weak suits. For example, I don't know the first thing about pixel scaling. So any calc that involves pixel scaling, I would necessarily have to be relying on someone else's hard work, labor, and effort, even if I'm not contributing to it, because I don't know how to pixel scale at all. Right? So I would say that I don't mind people using other people's calcs. I don't mind it. As long as it's consistent, though. Like, what I don't like, I just saw this today. Someone said, a TikTok, some kid, literally, I mean a kid. He was like fucking 15. He's like, Might Guy is universal because to be universal, you have to bend space. Right? And then he tried to chain scale that to Naruto being above 8 Gates guy who bended space, so he's universal. And therefore Kaguya is also universal. So he's willing to put in the work and the effort to deduce that to bend space, let's just give it to him. To bend space, you have to be universal. Okay. But in the same series where you have to be universal to bend space, mind you, this was a movement feat for guy. In the same series where you have to be universal to bend space, their bodies can't handle light speed travel. They can't recognize their surroundings when using body flicker, which would be slower than light speed travel. What else? Their series doesn't even follow the law of conservation of mass 1-to-1. It doesn't. So, like, I don't like that shit. I don't like the inconsistencies like that. Like, you can't give a calc or you can't give a thing like that while ignoring all the other things that go against it. If you're going to use someone else's calcs, make it consistent. Don't. Hey, yo! Hold up, bro. Are we still live? Hold up. Hold up, bro. Okay, we still live. Yo, Kakashi is on my ass. I'm taking the video down. I'm taking the video down so I can rescind his wrath, so I can avoid his anger. I have tempted the Storm God. I've tempted the Storm God, and things are up. Things are up for me, which could be bad. I don't even remember the cipher I was on because the power literally cut out, and I just had to connect back to my phone. This is getting crazy. Hey, what's good, Ig? How you doing, bro? Yo, bro, by the way, I have no Wi-Fi, and your boy has no money till payday and out of data, so we probably best to collab next week, unfortunately. Ah, I got you, Brody. I got you. All good, all good. Michael, math is consistent, though. If one person calcs a blast, then another person calcs the same blast. Mathematically, it would have the same yield. VSB is shit. Fuck you mean? Daughtery is FTL and transcendent. Aizen isn't. Laugh my ass off. I'm using mate's hotspot, so I ain't gonna be on that long. Got you, Ig. You good, bro? How Madara die? Come back just to die again. Taken after I must be tiring. He was better off just retiring. Country level Yama, the Naruto fans will be saying, LOL. Can Yamamoto even get through Lightning Cloak? Karibo, that is a silly. Karibo, that is a silly ass question. That's a silly ass question. Yama speed blitzes erases B from existence. Pack it up. B can't even beat Yamamoto restricted with his bare hands. LOL. Also, number one, Killer B doesn't have a lightning cloak. That's Raikage. Come on, Karibo. B is 8D. Yamamoto isn't source. Trust me, bro. Depending on how consistent the artwork is, what's being pixel calced as a ruler for comparison, or if how a panel is angled, distorted results of different calcs can vary a lot. That's true. Yeah, no, Michael's not wrong about that. Even when two people calc the same calc, I've seen them get drastically different numbers. And even that's personal. Even that's personal. Because some people... Even that's personal, right? Some people look at angles differently. Some people have perspective issues as far as distance and stuff like that. So it even varies with that. Where was I? Bro, wow. Sounds like somebody Karibo taught. Some Boruto fan said to me that Shibai transcends space-time. Shibai transcends space, time, causality, and concepts. They also said Kaguya's dimensions have infinite timelines, and in Boruto, there's layered infinite worlds. Yeah. Those are the conversations I don't want to be a part of. Those are the people I don't want to talk to. That's the scaling I don't want to get into. I don't want to talk about none of that shit. First off, they wouldn't be able to prove a shred of that. They wouldn't be able to prove a shred of that. They could assert it, yes. But I can assert anything I want to. They wouldn't be able to prove a shred of that. Most pixel scalers are horse manure. Most pixel scales are horse manure. Ab-Stract, if Chojido's Bankai uses Tenso Jorin, the same as Daigoden Hirimaru, does that mean the Batagon that did 0 damage to Yama's bare skin... Oh, the barrage that did 0 damage to Yama's bare skin, basically a Kirin machine gun? That's a little harder to answer because when Chojiro was using his Bankai, he was actually able to wound and scar Yama, at least that younger Yama. When Driscoll used it, Yamamoto was like, this is not the Bankai that you honed, that you died with, that you perfected. So it's kind of hard to say. And it doesn't really help that Chojiro is kind of featless and died by Driscoll. That doesn't really help. I'm back. Good video. Made me realize I'm so used to seeing Madara versus videos. Cool for going in depth with body flicker. Never really focused on the mechanics behind it. Hey, that's what's up. Hey, Planet, you finished that video kind of quick. Was that 30 minutes already? Have we been live for 30 minutes? Well, it is 8:51, and I think you did leave around like 8:15 to 8:20, so it actually does pan out. I'm glad you liked the video, though, bro. I'm glad you liked the video. It was really fun to make, as I always keep saying. It was really fun to make, and we're going to do more versus videos like that. And I agree with you 100%. It's very annoying and very played out to keep seeing Madara versus Naruto versus Ichigo. No. Let's have some fun with this shit. Let's talk about the ground level people. Let's talk about the people who aren't the main characters. Let's talk about the people and not even the villain groups, right? Like the Akatsuki, the Espada, the spiders, all this other stuff. Let's talk about like individuals within groups that we can put against each other and have fun with that conversation. Because yeah, like Madara versus Kaido. Don't get me wrong, dope videos. I like them. They're fun. But it's kind of like, it's predictable. Show me the scaling of a character that's not a top tier in your series. Is Toshiro a top tier? Debatable. Is Kakashi? No. Well, at least, that's wrong. At that point, Kakashi was a top tier. At least the second half, right? We saw Tsunade's body survive high-speed travel. Mabu's jutsu just isn't made for people. You think the scrolls and other objects they send are just that durable? I love that. I love that answer. So Tsunade had to continuously use her mitonic regeneration. The point was that she couldn't survive it without doing that, Karibo. I don't know how you missed that. It's not the fact that she survived it. It's the fact that she was able to survive it because she had a jutsu that enabled her to keep healing amidst the travel. Okay, right. Mabu's jutsu isn't made for people. You think the scrolls and other people they send are just that durable? It's not about them being durable. It's about the human body being made of different properties than inanimate objects. We have water, we have blood, we have mucus, we have bones, we have tissues, we have organs, we have organ systems. They have none of that stuff to worry about or mess around with. So when we're moving at light speed, we would more than likely hit our boiling point and fucking explode or some bullshit if we're not like insulated or moving with this, like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of factors to it. It's the same way how if you were to jump in a microwave, you would get fucking cancer and die, like a big microwave. If you put wood in a microwave, nothing's really going to happen. If you put other substances in microwaves, nothing's really going to happen. Same logic applies, bro. Come on. Also, I found saying Kakashi can't perform gated leaf feats hilarious. I've never heard such a take before. I'm so used to high-end scanning. So that's what I wanted to talk about too. Let's get into that real quick. Let's bring this back up. Oh, I don't have it. Okay, well, we'll put that back, I guess. Okay, I'll go to it over here. It's fine. Let's get into that real quick too, though. I do want to talk about that. Do I not have it, bro? What is going on? Where's my shit? Whatever, bro. Whatever. It's okay. I'll just go to my photos and get it. It's fine. Alright. So Kakashi dodging or Kakashi being as fast as Gaara-san. You know what? I'll save it for when we do a video review of that video. I'll save it for then. Just know there's a lot of I'll say this. No, I will talk about it. So Gaara-san was able to react to Yukimaru's or Yashimaru's explosion. The calc came out to around Mach 25. And then we get to the whole thing of, okay, is Gaara attacking people at Mach 25? Probably not. But his Sen can defend that fast. Maybe, debatable. And then with the whole Lee is moving Gar around so fast the sand can't get to him. The thing about that is this. I don't know for sure, and nothing really suggests that the sand is moving at maximum speed to get to Gaara in the first place. Think of it like this. If you've ever played a video game where you have like a CPU, like, you know, or I'm sorry, an NPC or a familiar, if you go too far away from the familiar, they'll just stop moving altogether. Or they'll move very, very slowly. But when you're with them, they move very fast. They're like on your heels. But if you outpace your familiar or NPC, they'll stop moving altogether or they'll just move very slowly. Is the sand operating like that? Do we know that the sand was trying its fastest to get to Gaara? Because we never see it. When Lee's doing all he's doing, we never see his sand. All we see is Lee and Gaara. So, does Gaara's sand have a range limit of where if he's outside of the sand, he will no longer have his protection because it's too far away? Like if Gaara left his gourd in the fucking sand village and he gets attacked, is his sand going to try and get to the Lee village from the sand village? You know what I mean? So there's that I didn't consider as well. And so with Kakashi being at least 1.5 to 2 times faster than the sand, then I have to ask myself, can Kakashi race the sand and beat the sand somewhere? Because I didn't consider that either. I kind of just considered it as if the sand is coming at Kakashi, he can react fast enough not to get like grabbed by it immediately and stuff like that. But that wouldn't be movement speed. That would be reaction speed and more combat speed. I don't know if he's faster than the sand. Mind you, I'm fine keeping the video how it is, but this was just something I noticed when going over it with my twin brother. Because he pointed out, he's like, yeah, I don't think Kakashi's faster than the sand. And I'm like, you don't think he's like fast? I was like, all right, so how fast do you think he is? He's like, he can probably dodge the sand like how Kimimaro was dodging the sand, but he's not faster than the sand. And in my head, I'm like, okay, I can see what you're saying, but then again, this is Shippuden arc Kakashi, right? But then my power scaling brain said to myself, well, does Kakashi have any feats to suggest like he got multiple times? And it's just like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? So that was one concern of the video post-production. But we can address that more once we actually start watching the video. We'll probably do that maybe in a week or two. We're not going to watch it anytime soon. My bad. Can Yamamoto even get through a Biju chakra cloak? Got you, a Biju chakra cloak. Do the Biju chakra cloaks have any... Has a Biju chakra cloak ever been penetrated? Like a version 2? I don't think it has. I don't think it's ever been penetrated. So I'd have to find a necessary minimum, but here's the thing. I can guarantee you any attack that Yamamoto is doing is getting through it because he just massively outscales them. But I don't think we have any examples of the version 2 cloak being breached as far as durability. Also, sorry for asking the obvious, but what is the nature of Toshiro's ice he creates? What is the nature of Toshiro's ice he creates? Real ice or Reiatsu-based ice? Nowadays, when it comes to elements, One Piece comparisons with Logia pop in my head. Yeah, so Toshiro creates Reiatsu-based ice. Everything in Bleach coming from a Soul Reaper, a Hollow, and even the Quincy's weapons will always be Reiatsu-based. So yes, it is Reiatsu-based ice. And you don't gotta apologize for asking no questions. I'm completely fine answering any questions. Biju cloak ain't making a difference. Why am I seeing Killer Bee versus Yamamoto on the screen? Hey, blame Mugetsu, right? He asked for this. Bro, they literally pisses you off because they actually believe that Shiba is an entity on that level. Yeah, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. Like, the fact that Naruto fans buy into their own, like, scam or their own con is baffling. But I can't hold them solely accountable because Bleach and One Piece and Naruto and all other fandoms do it too. It's just, in my experience, they have been the most ridiculous with their takes. Because it's a super close matchup that needs an entire Advent season to answer adequately. Ab-Stract, Yami's dog Arankar versus Kiba. Oh, we got the dog Arankar. He's gonna use Gonzui on Kiba's soul and kill him. Wasn't there dialogue about how the Raikage was the only one who could go through that unharmed? That Tsunade needed her healing after getting transported. Exactly, bro. I don't know. Like, Karibo likes to do these things where when I say a point and the point is being made, he'll say, well, Ab-Stract, Tsunade did go through it. And I'm like, Karibo, the point was she couldn't do it without healing herself indefinitely. Like, yes, we all watched the series. She went through it. The problem was her body couldn't survive it without actually being able to survive it via healing. So, like, he does these things where, like, he'll try and get a point, but it's like, bro, my point's already been made. She needed to heal to survive it. Therefore, i.e., her body cannot survive the travel of light speed. That's why she healed. Like, come on, bro. Toshiro used his Bankai different from the guy who stole it. He gathered the lightning into the tip of his sword, then thrust. The big guy just attacked with the lightning pillars. Yes, Karibo. Yes. Good job. That's a fact. And a very good display of actual AP, I might add. Yamanegs, it's a blatant mismatch. It is a blatant mismatch. Shinuchi. If I remember, because I know you've been here before. And I think I said I was going to start calling you Shinuchi. Because I don't know who your PFP is. Oh, it's Aizen. Aizen-sama. Lord Aizen. Yeah. Depends on how you consider someone the top tier. Like, for example, Lille Bar or Asking would definitely know Diff Hikone, who scales to low multiversal. Lille, definitely. It might take Asking some time, but he should be able to do it too. Karibo says, Michael, she just got scratches and healed herself. She was... Okay, whatever. Kakashi is used at least the first gate in the manga. Cool. I'm sorry, is Killer Bee even on Nanao's level? No, he's not. He is confirmed to have access to the first two. That's fine. It doesn't really, like, does that help him? No. Gaara's sand defenses and attack is the opposite of Byakuya using Senbonzakura. It's the opposite. Okay, so you're saying Senbonzakura has a slower defense but a faster attack. That's an interesting way to look at it. Michael says, needed a dedicated video on whether or not the Bat family could solo the Naruto universe. Ayo, that's wild. Kai says, that depends on with or without prep. Sylvie says, Batman with prep solos Naruto +1, please plus 99% of Bleach. Let us be real. Kai says, Ab-Stract, we see adult Naruto get stabbed by Sasuke's sword that was manipulated by Shin Uchiha. That's true. That is true. We have seen that. Ursa says, Kakashi's lightning cable cuts version 2 Biju arms. Yes, I saw that. Here's the thing with that. It's not their real arms. It's chakra-based arms. It's not their real arms. The problem with that is when Kakashi actually went to go hit one of the Biju, they smacked him away, acted like it didn't do anything to them. Him cutting the chakra arms doesn't do it for me. It doesn't really scale anywhere. And it's like, I mean, yeah. Mind you, I looked. Ursa, I did look. I was like, give me something, Kakashi. Give me something. He couldn't give me anything. I would have liked for his Chidori to be able to damage one of the Edo Shinchari. I would have liked that. It would have helped in the scaling. Because then we could have put the Chidori above Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade. That does something for the series, right? I mean, it should be above that already. But we could verifiably say, okay, it's cool. It's above this. And we could actually take the version 2 Tails Kinchurikis, the version 2 Tailed Beast. We could take their version 2 and find a necessary minimum if Kakashi was able to injure them. That would have been the next step if he was able to injure them, like their actual bodies, not their fake chakra arms and stuff. Ab-Stract, isn't Tensou Jody natural ice? I. So here's the thing: Toshiro can control all water and all ice. He can control it, but it itself, I do not think is natural. So when you say Tensou Jody, you mean the ability to subjugate the weather. That's what we're talking about. Are you saying when he uses his ability and conjures the storm clouds, are you saying are those natural? Woohoo! Yeah. Yeah. To my knowledge and understanding, everything should be Reiatsu based. Hold on. Yeah, everything should be Reiatsu based, but this wouldn't take away from his ability to manipulate all forms of water, which he's quoted multiple times that he can do. Planet Birthday says, I think in one of the Naruto movies, someone tried to pierce a chakra cloak, felt acidic to the person trying to penetrate it. The chakra cloak felt acidic to the person trying to penetrate it. Interesting. Very interesting. That's true, but they do have the worst takes and the worst statements on par with Dragon Ball fans. Kribo says, Sylvia, I mean, fully equipped Batman should handle the big three. People say prep time because in their minds he's stuck at 1 year gear until prep time. Mugetsu says, not gonna lie, my glorious king from Tatsuma Oga from Beelzebub Solo's Naruto. Not familiar with it. I'll be nice and say Batman doesn't get any mech shown to fight Wonder Woman, Superman, Darkseid, etc. One smart. No amount of prep time allows Batman to take out the big three BCs of Bleach. The big three BCs. BCs? Oh, wait, no. The big three of BCs of Bleach. I don't know who that is. Ursa says, you only wanted an example of the cloak being pierced. Yamamoto can cut through it just fine. Yes, so, but like, to me, that's not the cloak being pierced. That's like an extension of their chakra making an arm and then him cutting that off. I wouldn't use that. I wouldn't use that. I'd want the full body cloak being pierced. Personally. Kai says, Kribo, not necessarily. We say with prep because as OP as Batman can get, especially with specific versions, he's shown time and time again to be bested in chance encounters easily. Right. Alright, cool. That's enough yapping just to yap. 9 o'clock. Let's get into some of this Seth the Programmer content real quick. Michael says, could Disney's Hercules solo Bleach? He could grab Meg's soul. He can absolutely interact with souls. What are Hercules' feats in that movie again? Well, he would scale to the gods. He would scale to, like... He beat Hades. Actually, he beat Hades. He beat the Titans. The Titans are pretty much the universe's first calamities. And then the Titans have like divine magic or divine power, which they themselves see, and they would scale to their energy system. Yeah, Hercules likely beats Bleach. I could see it. I could see it. Like if we're talking Disney Hercules, Disney Hercules has one feat where he like throws something out of the planet's atmosphere. I don't remember what it is. I think he tosses a disc out of the planet's ozone layer or shit like that. Yeah, Disney Herc is kind of wild. Oh, this was me watching Jinxie. Alright. This guy can't stop rage baiting. Just saying, try harder, bro. I swear you can make it better. Dorsey, that answer is no. Seeing people scale Herc above Zeus, who could create / move a constellation. Gojo Chronic calced it to multi-galaxy DC. Right, I forgot about that. In that same movie, Zeus does play with the stars. He literally does that. And Herc beat Hades. Hades got imprisoned by... Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, Herc beat the Titans. Hades helped them. Zeus got imprisoned by all of them, and Hercules soloed them all and freed the gods. Yeah, Herc is a dog. Herc is a dog. That was Herc. That was Herc tossing all 4 Titans into space. I remember that happening, but wasn't there a scene where he threw a disc too? He threw the disc really far, but if it was him tossing all 4 Titans into space, then yeah. Him just in human form is a fat no. Him with his godhood is more interesting. Hercules souls like 98% of anime verses, but Disney Hercules. Disney Hercules is who we're talking about, Sylvie. Yeah, that nigga's a monster. Mugetsu says Ab-Stract. You should do Gogeta scaling. Hisai, Gogeta, Loki souls the big 3 via the space Gorilla scaling chain. I'm not too familiar with the things I'm not familiar with, if that makes sense. So yeah. Anyways, let's get into this video real quick. We're going to be skimming through Seth the Programmer's live. Oh, he threw a giant disc statue past the horizon to impress Phil. Okay, that's what it was. That's what it was. Got you. What is going on? OBS is currently active. All screen recordings will be shut down. Are you sure? Oh, no. Okay. Alright, let's see what our guy Seth the Programmer is talking about. Wait, you're not familiar with Gogeta? Oh, is Gogeta Godzilla? Oh, the Giga Chad of the Kaiju genre. No, I'm not familiar. Can't say I'm familiar with him.
Those eyes, that nose, your hair, your Nana's smile, Granddad's sense of humor. Dad.
Okay, let's start with this title. He says, Bleach characters are likely stronger than Naruto characters on average, but not in a good way. That sounds hilarious. First off, that's hilarious. What could he mean by not in a good way?
Thank you. Was there a Bad Company 2 or something? I don't know. I only played the first one.
Alright, can everyone hear okay?
Best one since Battlefield 3. Best since Bad Company. It doesn't look like Bad Company though. Like when I see Battlefield, cuz okay, maybe I have a bias.
Alright, let's start here. Sounds good? I bet. It's been 5 minutes.
How are you? How are you? Masturbating. What's going on?
Let's read some of the comments while he's yapping.
He's listening to Mommy ASMR. Damn. Snow Bunny. These are terrible allegations. What have you guys been up to? Anything new? You! Hello. What's up? What's up, Mr. Whoop Slap, Evan Cool, Rick Moron, Mike? Oh shit. What the fuck? Oh shit. Crazy starter donut. What the fuck? That was quick as fuck. I didn't even do my roll call yet. Shit. Alright, let me do my roll call real quick. Then I'll read that. Whoop Slap, Evan Cool, Rick Moron, Mr. Mike, Hello Reezy, Sunday Page, Sparta V6, Status, Sabbath, Just Scuddy, Lil Mo. It's been a while, Lil Mo. Haven't seen you in here. Fat Master Blaster, Beast Boss. Don't worry. Cookie, Samantha Kyle, Sweetles, Prospherical Yap, Hira, Walter, May, on the inside, let's see, Bloody, Otaku Struggle, Elohim, 11, Galvino, and Mr. Deep in Cheeks.
Seth the
with the
programmer, do not piss me off,
$100.
bro. Do not piss me off, bro. Come on, we gotta get it. We gotta get into it. What are we talking about?
Why is everyone into Battlefield now? Was there a Bad Company 2 or something? I don't know. I only played.
You know, is this what it's like when I don't get straight to the point with my screams? Is this what it's like for me, for you guys, or for you guys, for me? Well, no, it can't be, because I at least tell you guys the order of events. I say, hey, we're going to talk about this first, we're going to do this, then we're going to get into this. Kind of like how I do with this video. I said, we're going to talk about yap, and then we're going to get into this. Let me go a little bit more ahead. What are we at? 8 minutes? I'm just...
The first one. Like, guy's perspective. I don't know. Better than COD? I'm sure it is better.
Still talking about video games.
Buy it. I mean, yeah, average debate is that they both have a scene where they're being empowered by, like, there's like they're both series have a movie where there's a machine being powered by like 100 of them, and in Naruto 100 or like 200 shinobi are gonna blow up the moon.
All right, let me go back. You talking about the Keto Cannon. Hold up.
You know what's crazy about the shinobi versus
All right,
Momo's average?
Like,
who do you think is an average?
All right, let's go back again. So 10 minutes. It took him 10 minutes.
What's up?
About.
What's up?
All right, I know y'all talking shit. Let me let me read the chat real quick. Mugetsu says yes. Okay, I apparently do that. Karibo says yep. Okay. Ursa says he will piss you off. Kai says sometimes Ab-Stract. Okay. Michael says not if I come in late. Ursa says yeah, he's probably not going to mention Bleach for hours. Damn, that's crazy. Mugetsu says oh, then I probably have okay. Everybody got to see. Everybody got to use the bathroom. Okay. Hey, what's good, Grid? How you doing, bro? How you doing, Grid? We dropped Toshiro versus Kakashi. I need your thoughts on that, Grid.
G combat. To be fair, the average shinobi is stronger than the average shinigami.
Yes. I agree. Well, like, no. I agree with that. Like, if we're talking the basic foot soldier versus the basic foot soldier, I think I can agree that the average ninja, or jonin, I should say, the average jonin is stronger than the average squad member. Things start to change when we get the 5th seat and beyond. But I can agree with that.
Yeah, but what is an average ninja? What do you think an average ninja is?
So that's a very interesting question. My answer to this question in real time would be this. The average ninja, and I'm being totally serious here, the average ninja is no-name fodder. They are put on the battlefield to do exactly what they do. Make the person with a name look good. If Minato is fighting 1,000 sand shinobi, those 1,000 sand shinobi, jonin, chunin, genin, whatever, those 1,000 sand shinobi are not fucking Kakashi. They're not Asuma. They're not X. They are nameless fodder to make Minato look good. That is what the average shinobi is. He does not have a name. He does not have an identity. He does not have a purpose aside from beefing up and making X character look good. That's what your average shinobi is, right? If you don't have a name, you're really not important.
Do you think Momo is average? Like, who do you...
So here's the thing. Here we go. What did I just say? Right? When we start talking about fifth seats and beyond, Momo is clearing 1,000 no-name ninja any fucking day of the week. Can Momo beat 1,000 Kakashis? I do not think so. I don't think she can beat 1,000 Kakashis. 1,000 no-name ninja? She's whooping their asses all day. I like where he's going with this, though.
you think is an average Shinigami?
Kurenai would be average on the high end. So, and then here's where the switch up comes, right? Here's where the switch up comes. And it's going to sound like I'm hating again, but I can substantiate everything I say. When it comes to the average name shinobi, kind of like I said in the video, we have to take everything by a feat by feat basis. Kurenai, although she has a name, is still plainly and very basically average because she has no feats. And the fact that she can't readily scale to anyone good really just puts her above anyone that doesn't have a name. So it would go the nameless fodder, then it would go the shinobi with a name with no feats, and then it would go name shinobi with feats right on top of them. Nameless fodder, shinobi with names with no feats, and mind you, just because you're a named shinobi and a jonin doesn't mean you scale to every other jonin. That's not how it works. To become a jonin, there's no measurable standard of power. You don't need X amount of chakra. You don't need X amount of chakra quantity. You don't need to be able to perform this jutsu. Do you have to be a good leader? Yeah, that's a good requirement. Do you need like a 2 or more changing chakra nature? Yeah, sure. But these are not measurable standards of power. Do you have to be able to learn the 8 inner gates? No. That would definitely help your power though. That should actually be a requirement to be a jonin. If you have to be a jonin, you should at least know the 6th gate. The 5th gate, actually. The 5th gate. We'll stop at the 5th gate. But yeah, there's no measurable standard of power, which is why a named shinobi with no feats would be lower than Momo. Because we at least know if the lieutenants, that they have a classification of power being class 6, and we know Rayatsu does scale the stats. So anything that, not anything, all right? I won't say it like that. I will say generally, the feats performed by one lieutenant can be presumed to be performed by most or all of the other lieutenants. And I say most / all the others because now we have people like Oki Kibo. He's a lieutenant. He's Shinsui's lieutenant. I have no idea where this guy came from. Whatever, though, he's a lieutenant, I guess. But yeah, I like where he's going with this, though. On the high end, Perry the Platypus solos all the Shinobi Alliance. Change my mind. Perry the Platypus, Michael. Come on, Michael. Don't do that to him. Ursa says Chunin. What about Chunin? Kai says, so Iruka would be average by those rules then. Right. I mean, I think I answered everything as far as that with that last response. Okay. But your average shinobi can at least do wall level shuriken bullshit. I mean, like, yes, I think so. They should be able to. Yeah, why not? They should be able to. What did I say in the video? The average shinobi for durability is looking at wall levels to small building levels. Yeah, that would hold true. The 5th gate LL, yeah, I do think the 5th gate. I think that's, like, they should be made to learn. Like, if Ninja cracked down on enhancing personal power, I would not be able to talk the way I talk about them. But they don't. And maybe it's not their fault. Well, no, it's not their fault. It's not. It's literally the power system. It doesn't demand you be X amount powerful or strong. It doesn't demand it. But Ab-Stract, aren't we able to say there's FE? Oh, aren't we able to say there's feats done by each basic shinobi? Are there feats done by each basic shinobi? Are there feats done by each basic shinobi? I don't know if we can say that, Ursa. Okihiba was the third seat of Yamamoto. Okay, he was Yamamoto's third seat. Okay, I didn't know he was the third seat. Okay, gotcha. Because when 1,000 Year Blood War came out, he in my head he came out of nowhere, mind you. Well, I'm not even gonna say all that, but yeah. Grid says, I actually agree with the idea the average shinobi outdoes the average shinigami. Average shinigami can combat basic hollows. Average shinobi some methods of exceeding early Sasuke's physical stats. Yeah. So we agree on that, right? In my opinion, yes. I just based on the fact that, like, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of it goes into the animation. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of it goes into the animation. The average shinobi looks more dangerous than the average shinigami. The average shinigami literally looks like a fucking weirdo standing in a kimono with a sword. He doesn't look imposing. He doesn't look threatening. The average ninja at least looks threatening in some way. For the most part. They have some weirdo ass ninja too, but they look more imposing than the average shinigami. I'll say that. Basically, Nanao is his main lieutenant, but Okihiba is the side lieutenant with Yamamoto's wisdom. The best of both worlds for him, and he gets to keep a piece of Yamamoto around him. That's dope. I like that. Anyway, speaking of Toshiro vs. Kakashi video, I think you were a bit uncharitable to Kakashi in the speed section, not scaling Kakashi to the high end of that least speed. Yeah, so Grid, we went over that a little bit. Here's the thing. While you're thinking I'm not as charitable as I could have been, in hindsight, low key, I might have been a little too charitable. Low key, and I'm gonna tell you why. With Gaara's whole thing, I don't want to go. Actually, I will save that live for when we review the video. I don't want to go into it here, but you can go back maybe about 15-20 minutes where I started talking about it. I'll save that full thing for a live though. Guy is genuinely just better. Lee and Kakashi is constantly on par with him in speed during the war. Yeah, see, but that's base Lee. That's base Lee. Now, if you want to say like fourth gate Lee or third or second, the third gate Lee is as fast as fifth gate Lee or sixth gate Lee, whatever he was fighting Gaara. That's something, but that's base Lee you're talking about. Average Shinigami getting steamrolled by the Quincy foot soldiers doesn't help. Even the average Shinobi could put up a fight against Zetsu clones. Yes, I can agree with that as well. It does not help that they got shit on by the Stern Ritter at all. And not even the Stern Ritter, my fault. The Soldats of all things, the Soldats. Let's get back to what Seth's saying.
Do you think Momo is average? Like, who do you think is an average Shinigami or average whatever?
Anyone that's not like a fifth seed or higher would be average in my eyes.
You know what's crazy about the Shinobi versus the Shinigami debate is that they both have a scene where they're being empowered by, like, there's like both series have a movie where there's a machine being powered by like 100 of them. And in Naruto, 100 or like 200 Shinobi are gonna blow up the moon, and then in Bleach, like 100 to 200 Shinigami are going to like blow up a dimension with like a star in it or something. If I remember right.
Hold on. Alright, on his face, that was funny as shit. That was funny. I'll give him that. That was funny as fuck. Okay, so Memories of Nobody, yes. The Kido Cannon was supposedly going to destroy the entire dimension. This Valley of Screams. This is true. And in the Naruto the last movie, around the same number of people was going to use a chakra cannon to just destroy the moon. That's fucking hilarious. I'm not going to lie. That's hilarious. Alright. Michael says base Lee or basic Lee. Oh. Michael, they ain't ready for that. That was fire. That was stupid fire. Ursa says, Guy demonstrates there's a precedent for Kakashi and him being faster than weightless Lee. Yes, weightlessly. So the Lee that I was mentioning in the video was 5th gate Lee, not weightlessly. Not weightlessly. I'm talking about 5th gate Lee. Do you guys believe that Kakashi can perform the same movement speed as 5th gate Lee? Because here's the thing. When I said he's 1.5 to 2 times faster than the sand, that was under the implication that he could dodge it and readily not be blitzed by it and stuff. Kind of like how Kimimaro was doing. I do not know that if Kakashi had to outright race the sand without using body flicker, that he would beat the sand in a race. I don't know that. I don't think that either. So basically, Shinobi have the edge in combat, but the Shinigami foot soldiers have the edge in power. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. That's a good way to say it. What's good, Mugetsu? I'm back. Took longer than expected. All good, bro. Grit says, I think you misunderstand me. I'm saying Guy is just Lee, but better. And the 6th gate Guy and Kakashi are just equal in speed, and they're combating their version 2 Jinchuriki. Basically, don't matter. I know what panel you're talking about. You're talking about when Guy goes to 6th gate and Kakashi runs at Lightning Blade. Listen, that makes absolutely zero sense unless you want to admit 6th gate does nothing for fucking Guy. It makes zero sense. That's not an indication, for me at least, that they're on par with each other in speed. I looked at that and said, oh wow, Guy's in 6th gate and Kakashi's using regular Lightning Blade? I didn't say to myself, this must mean they're equal in speed, though. Because that would make zero sense, bro. That would make zero sense. That would mean that 6th gate literally does nothing for Guy for speed. Unless you're going to argue that Kakashi that just got intercepted by Haku, and then the same Guy and Lee that kicked Haku are all as fast as 6th gate Guy. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. I would not go that route. Wouldn't use it. Wouldn't do it. I swear to God, my woman goes the whole day without using the bathroom, but the second I'm taking the dump, she magically needs to use it. Ain't that's something we call siege timing. Kakashi's physical limit is shown to be 2nd gate. That's crazy. I'm supposed to believe Kakashi can catch lightning. I feel like him catching Kakuzu's lightning style is proof enough. He caught Kakuzu's chakra-based lightning. If we're going to treat energy matter as the natural elements, then I might as well have used the Negacion. I might as well call Seto's light speed and all this other stuff. I might as well have did that. And if we were going to do that, then fine. You would get Kakashi to lightning speed reaction time, but you would have Bleach characters at many times FTL if we're doing that. I don't like to do that. Let's not forget, Guy flat out smacked Gar's sand out the way with one hand from killing Lee, and he was dead serious about it. This is true. Yeah, this is true. Was Kakashi racing Guy post-Pain Invasion in the manga? Post-Pain Invasion? Was he racing Guy? I don't know. Because Kakashi barely surpassing base Guy in a race while still keeping up with 6th gate Guy is weird. Thank you, Michael. And I don't know if they were racing, right? But that scene that Grid is talking about, I know it very well because, like I said, I did my homework for this battle. I know what he's talking about. The scene does happen. Guy's in 6th gate, Kakashi's in Lightning Blade. They run at the version 2-tail Jinchuriki. Kakashi hits with a Chidori. Guy hits with a puncher kick, but they both get knocked back. That's the equivalent to me of Naruto using his Rasen Shuriken, Darui doing his laser circus, Gar doing his sand pellets, and Conqueror shooting fucking kunai, and they're all equal speed. That's not a denotation of equal speed. We should not presume, we should not interpret that as they're moving the same speed. No, I wouldn't do that. Wouldn't do that at all. Lightning Blade increases speed, and the gate increases speed. Oh my goodness, man. Even that is inconsistent. I'm not going to lie to you. Even Lightning Blade increasing speed is inconsistent as hell. But if you do want to take that route, that would just mean that Kakashi is relative to 6th gate Guy only when he's using Lightning Blade, which is speed he wouldn't actually carry, which also wouldn't help him in the fight. I mean, maybe, but like, no. Well, no, it wouldn't help him in the fight. It wouldn't help him in this argument, at the very least. Is the stream cutting out for anyone else, or is my internet just bad today? It might be your internet. I'm on my Wi-Fi today. We should be good. We should be good. Chakra-based lightning should be faster than chakra-based sound. Let me read that first part again. Chakra-based lightning, okay, chakra created from lightning, should be faster than chakra-based sound. Why? All right, cool. So real quick, I'm gonna read the full thing. Why would that be the case, though? You're like, when you say that statement, it almost seems like you're saying, trivially, it would follow that because it's chakra lightning versus chakra sound, it should be automatically faster. Why? Why? On what basis does it follow that it's faster innately? And then you say, which is speed of sound stated. Kakashi should scale to the Mach 50 you described because we can agree that lightning should be faster. Okay, yeah. So the problem with that claim, hold up. Hold up. Okay, Ursa. So the problem with that claim is that it ignores the individual's ability to manipulate chakra. If you take Itachi and he has a sound-based attack versus, let's use Kakashi or Sasuke, who has a lightning-based attack, the fact that Itachi is better with chakra manipulation should follow that he has the faster attack, even though it's a sound-based attack. Because we're removing, because you gotta understand, like how Bleach deals with Reiatsu, they're dealing with chakra. It's still an energy source, it's still an energy system. These things are not becoming the IRL things that they're mimicking. These are mimics. Yeah, these are mimicries of the real things. So the speed of the technique would depend on the user, not the assumption or presumption that it's naturally faster. We're not dealing with a natural thing to begin with. So natural lightning, it wouldn't follow that natural lightning is automatically faster or innately faster than, it wouldn't follow that chakra-based lightning is innately faster than chakra-based sound. Faster than 6 gate Lee. Do all the gates increase speed or just specific ones? 1, 3, and 8 clearly do, but what about the others? Kakashi can only achieve 6 gate speed under specific conditions. Michael, that race gag seen in the anime doesn't exist in the manga. That'd just be travel speed anyway. Hey, take it easy, Mugetsu. For the same reason that Chakra Lightning has better feats and statements and scaling than Dosu and them's sound jutsu, which is stated to be supersonic. Even then, every lightning user we see is stronger than Dosu. So here, like, but they're still manipulating chakra, though. Just because they can manipulate their chakra at the speed of sound wouldn't mean that someone that's manipulating lightning is also manipulating that lightning at the speed of lightning. I don't see how that would make sense. Because at the end of the day, we're dealing with an energy system that is different than the natural thing. Way different than the natural thing. It doesn't, like, most of these things don't even behave like the natural things. But all right, let's get to Seth again.
It's been a while since I've seen it, though. But yeah, like, I think that the Shinigami actually just have, like, a direct one-up comparison in the plot. The average, like, Jonin equivalent of a Shinigami is way higher than the average Jonin equivalent of a shinobi.
Okay, so when he says average Jonin, I'm going to assume he's talking either about named people like Kakashi, Darui, etc., or he's talking about Jonin in the sense of the rank. So if he's talking about the rank, the closest thing to a Jonin would probably be like a 5th or a 6th seat. To Jonin, that is. And then even that's debatable, but continue.
As well.
Sharp ES gel. High performance, won't smear.
Or something, like, you know how the story is way higher than the average Jonin equivalent of a shinobi as well. Maybe he means like the average like Genin or something, like, you know how at the start of Bleach like the hollows are like telephone pole level or something. I don't know what he means other than that, actually. But I want to consider that a character either. I don't think Battlefield 6 is $50. Wait, how much is Battlefield 6? Battlefield 6 price. Bro, this shit is $70. This shit's $70, bro. I need 20 more. You're 20 off. Damn, it's $70? Nah, this shit's $70, bruh. $80. Yeah, what the fuck? Hayate? Hayate's not average, but... Bro, even that, like... Dude, okay, here's the thing. Hayate is not an average Jonin at all. But here's the thing. Like, Hayate would be considered higher class than Momo in his verse.
No, he wouldn't. How would he be considered higher class than a lieutenant? A lieutenant is literally the second rank. I'm sorry. Lieutenant is literally right below the captain of the squad. The Jonin directly serves under the Hokage, yes. So would they be equal then? Well, no, because the Jonin has more authority. I'm sorry, the lieutenant would have more authority, at least within their own squad. And other squads, actually. Because Jonin outrank any other Shinigami that's not a captain. And, like, you know, the politics of, you know, stealth force and all that other stuff. I wouldn't do all that. Yeah. Okay. Ursa says, for the same reason that chakra lightning has better feats and statements and scaling than Dosu and them sound jutsu, which is stated to be supersonic. I mean, the thing is, it's not really a fair comparison, to be honest. We're not really introduced to another sound ninjutsu user outside of Teyuya and Dosu. So I don't know if that's even fair to compare. But honestly, the fact that we're still dealing with chakra kind of muddies the waters for me, at least. Even then, every lightning user we see is strong. Okay, yeah. So you even said what I just said. Every lightning user we see is stronger than Dosu. So it's really not fair. The lightning blade increases speed isn't inconsistent. It's just that Kakashi's reaction speed is always consistent, so he can react to people even when they're at the speed of his Raikiri. Inconsistent. Like, I guess they can react to him even when they're at the speed of his Raikiri. I've just seen the lightning blade fail so many times. Like, its success rate has been like 2 out of... Well, no. Okay, so he hit Obito, but that was a clash. He didn't try and dodge it. He hit Kakuzu off guard. Obito, Kakuzu, and Zabuza. And he had to hold Zabuza in place. No one has been... See, like, it's not inconsistent in the fact that, like, I can disprove the statement. It's more inconsistent in... And I guess it wouldn't even be inconsistent. What I guess I'm really trying to say is that I haven't seen a verifiable, determinable boost in speed when using their Aikiri. Everyone's either standing straight still for whatever reason they are, or they're off guard. Zabuza was standing still because he was held down. Right? So he couldn't move at all. Kakashi did not blitz him with it. Kakashi did not outmaneuver him with it. He didn't outpace him with it. Who else? Who was the other person he hit with Lightning Blade? Kakuzu was off guard. Yeah. And who was the last person? There was Kakuzu, Zabuza, and Zabuza again, who was being held by like shadow possessing jutsu or something like that. Like, I haven't seen a quantifiable speed boost for their Aikiri. I haven't seen it. Michael says, if certain elemental jutsu are inherently faster than others, I don't see why more ninja don't just practice some of the faster elements, even if it's one they're not as proficient in. See, and then it's like, Karibo likes to always tell me a water dragon isn't water dragon speed. I agree. The water dragon would be the speed of the person who's manipulating that water dragon. So, in some way, right, kind of like that example I used before, Itachi or Kakashi using a water dragon would be faster than a random no-name shinobi using a lightning style jutsu. Because we're dealing with chakra manipulation. We're not dealing with the IRL elements and equating that as the real things. Ursa says, it would be a mundane claim, especially if electricity naturally moves faster than sound, when it should take only marginally greater skill to mimic sound. But like, it's not a mundane claim, though. That's the thing. If it is the case that the speed of a jutsu is influenced by the person wielding the jutsu, then all that stuff about it being lightning so it's faster goes out the window, because we're dealing with the actual energy system of we're dealing with the efficiency of the user. We're not dealing with what we think it is. Mind you, all these things mimic them. They are not the IRL properties of these things. So they don't necessitate having the IRL properties of these things. A fireball jutsu from Sasuke could be faster than a lightning style jutsu from Mitsuki. This is a fact. A fireball jutsu from Sasuke adult is faster than Kakuzu's false darkness. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. If you do disagree with it, that's fine. Like, it's not my battle to pick. I'm just saying what I believe, at least, as far as that stuff. Hey, what's good, Ronin? How you doing, bro? He says, nah, Jonin tier in Bleach is when you're officially in the 13 court guard squads and can patrol the world of the living. That sounds reasonable. That sounds reasonable. Aizen says, the minimum speed for electricity is far slower than cloud to ground lightning, so you could grant that speed to Raiton and it wouldn't be very impressive. You could. But if I'm just going for like what's accurate, then it's like, I don't know. I'm saying that there's a precedent for a ninja with low skill being able to mimic an element. No way someone better than Dosu in every way is failing to make an already fast element fast similarly. He legit wouldn't. Kai says no. Kai says, we see there's a clear difference between someone like Kakashi and Guy versus Asuma and Kurenai. Rev says, that's why chakra control matters. Thank you, Rev. Kai says, Jonin still have a hierarchy. That's true. Kai says, lieutenants are just by definition cream of the crop. There's no single one that's actually a scrub, including Momo. On its face, that's true. Because when you look at the lieutenants, all of them have feats. And then even the ones we haven't really seen fight, like Tetsu Zaimon, he can fight Ikkaku evenly. We already know what Ikkaku can do. Revenant says, see, body flicker objectively throws a huge wrench in the notion of lightning speed or light speed for most Naruto characters objectively. I agree. I agree. Go back when I said maybe about 30 minutes to an hour ago, right now, I said their physical bodies literally can't withstand light speed travel, and then body flicker would be slower than light speed travel, and their minds can't even process that shit, bro. Sylvie says, most lieutenants are FTL, and motherfuckers who can use Bankai can reach even MFTL. Hey. Rev says, tap water, speed Tobirama / Kazabi confirmed. Ursa says, you're right, I get you. And listen, Ursa, I don't want to be too like obstinate. Don't just tell me I'm right if you just want to like end the conversation. If I am wrong in your opinion, you can definitely argue me down. Right? I never close off my ears or my mind to anything. It just has to be compelling enough to convince me. Right now, I am not convinced that chakra inherently has the natural speed of the natural thing. So like, and maybe you're not discouraged, but I'm saying, and this goes for anyone, don't get discouraged if I'm arguing you down. This is good. This is healthy. This is what we need. This dialogue, this discourse. I love it when Grid disagrees with me, because Grid makes some pretty valid fucking points. Grid be making me think. I like it when Rev disagrees with me. He makes some good valid points. I like it when Kai disagrees with me. Like, Shinigami always disagrees with me, so Shinigami always disagrees with me, so like I'm expecting a war every time I'm in here with Shinigami. Not Shinigami, Karibo, my fault. Karibo always disagrees with me. So I'm expecting a war anytime he's in the chat. Shout out to Karibo, shout out to Shinigami. Alright. Rev says, my reasoning for the journey relatively to World of the Living, portraying Shinigami, is because Journey can go on solo missions. That's really what the journey rank means. Being able to take on solo missions. That's true. I like that. That's the shit I be talking about. Nice. Tobirama can use Water Dragon with 3 signs and no water. Zabuza used about 32 signs, a chat, and a lake. Exactly, right? And again, right? Karibo would agree with this. Tobirama's Water Dragon would be way faster than Zabuza's Water Dragon. And they're both water. Tobirama's Water Style Dragon would be faster than... who's a bum that can use like Lightning Style? It'd be faster than that person. Ursa says, no. I think it's true that chakra control matters. My point was that the same person using sound should have faster lightning. Oh! But the nuances are infinite in Naruto, it seems. Okay, hold up. Your point was the same person using sound should have faster lightning. Oh, wait. Okay, so are you saying if 2 people use a different set of jutsus, one should inherently be faster based on the properties of the jutsu? For example, if you're saying, let's take Kakashi. Kakashi knows lightning style hound, the lightning running hound. He knows that jutsu and he knows a sound-based jutsu. Are you saying, since Kakashi is performing both of these, the lightning style hound jutsu should inherently be faster because it's lightning versus him using the sound jutsu? Because if that's what you're saying, on its face, it almost seems different, but ultimately I would still have to disagree. And it's kind of for the same reason. Because ultimately it would come down to, it would still be dictated by the speed and proficiency, not speed, it would still be dictated by the proficiency of Kakashi and the jutsu. Like, for example, let's take the lightning running hound. When Kakashi did that lightning hound jutsu, did you think that was lightning speed that Pain blocked? I certainly don't. I believe he created something with his chakra and it was being manipulated with his chakra. I don't think it was lightning speed at all. Like, to say that was lightning speed would be like saying, yeah, that and Kidding were the same speed. The thing that Itachi needed Susanoo to dodge. Also, in their series, they hype up natural lightning because it's... Zetsu literally says it's faster than sound. Chunin 3-man teams need a Genin or Jonin supervisor for missions. Genin 3-man teams can go on missions and Jonin can go solo. True. Lightning style stuns the muscles like electricity normally does, so it definitely travels through the body the same. Yeah, I'm not like, so that would fall under the mimicry of lightning. It can do this like lightning. Rev says, Lunar, it doesn't work that way, honestly. Sasuke's fireball jutsu should scale to his Chidori. More or less. Yeah. If someone can replicate sound down to its speed, they should achieve superior results in regards to electricity, even if it's not real speed, by nature of trying to replicate a faster element. See, but like, That's through the efforts of their chakra, though, bro. I don't know. I just wouldn't do that. I don't know. Let's get to the video, because I will yap all night and not even get fucking 20 minutes into this.
You know what I mean? Like, no, dude. It's kind of crazy how strong the average like Jonin Shinigami actually is. And I kind of want to get into it. I don't think people realize what it actually means. But I don't think it's for a good reason. I think the scaling of the lieutenant class is sort of unintentional and probably not narratively inconsistent or implied.
That's hilarious.
But it's sort of a consequence to like the power scaling of the verse. Yeah, I don't even think Momo's a lieutenant, actually. Yeah, what? Momo rank.
She's
Bleach.
a lieutenant below. Come on.
Lieutenant of 5th Division. No, she's a lieutenant. Rangiku as well. Rangiku is also definitely a planet buster. And she's a lieutenant too. Rangiku fights Edo Gremi. And Edo Gremi has to be able to fight like a percentage of Grimmjow. War Art Grimmjow, actually. And Grimmjow can blow up a star. Like, I'm not joking. Like, I'm actually not playing around. Like, the characters are kind of strong.
Okay.
Not
so
to say that
pulling
Bleach
from the
beats
novel.
Naruto. I don't think so. I'm just saying that it's just these average characters are just pretty crazy. Renji is also lieutenant, true, but Renji's an exception. Renji has like a Bankai and stuff.
Dunkin' Refreshers.
If that's the logic, I think Zero agree with Ursa. I think it was Mach 50. LOL. It still comes down to the chakra output and chakra control. If Sasuke is equally as proficient with Amaterasu as he is Chidori, then both jutsu should have equal speeds. Yeah, see, that makes more sense. That makes way more sense. Like, and I'll say this, like the reason Sasuke went out the way to use natural lightning was because his jutsu are not as fast as natural lightning. That should tell us off rip. That just because you're mimicking something does not necessitate it being that fast. Or else you'd have to agree that Kakuzu's false darkness is as fast as Kirin, which Itachi had to use Susanoo to block. He couldn't dodge it. He couldn't run away from it. He couldn't body flicker away. And before Karibo says Ab-Stract, he was low on chakra. He was going half blind. My nigga, he had enough chakra to use a full Susanoo and have a full fight with Orochimaru. Don't talk to me about him being low on chakra. He had enough chakra to beat Orochimaru at full power, basically. Because Orochimaru used his strongest jutsu out the gate. I don't know why we're playing these games. Rev says, Karibo, that's the chakra property, though. Ursa says, I don't think lightning style moves at lightning speed. Okay. I don't think lightning style moves at lightning speed, just faster than sound and faster than supersonic things. However, every jutsu might feel different in the body of the caster. So, okay, I didn't know that was your claim. I thought you were saying lightning jutsu, therefore, should be lightning speed based off of it being able to mimic lightning. I thought that's what you were saying. If that's not what you were saying, disregard that last rant. That wasn't for you then. Rev says, would you agree that Madara's sound ninjutsu would be faster than Kakashi's Raikiri? Ursa says, it could be that not every jutsu is the same. Like Rasengan usage by a single user can be different from cast to cast despite being the same guy. Karibo says, just calling anyone a planet buster. Laugh my ass off. Karibo says, Seth just taking Bleach Stan's words at face value. Rev says, Seth is just a grifter these days. Dude says whatever to get the pay pigs to donate. That's hilarious. Sylvie says Grimjow can actually warp the existence of space itself. I don't know about him being able to destroy a star, though. Well, listen. According to that one guy I listened to on TikTok today, Grimjow can definitely destroy a star. After all you have to do is bend space. So, yeah, Grimjow is star level, according to that TikTok guy. Grid says, he says Grammy, but he's referring to Loopy. I know the Sun Destruction statement he's referring to. I swear it's hyperbole. Yeah, it probably is. And this is why we don't scale up for statements. And this is why we don't use the novel to scale, like to power scale. I don't mind for lore. I don't mind lore stuff. Like, for example, Kinpachi being able to protect his internal organs, I think with Reiatsu or something like that. I don't mind that stuff. I don't mind that stuff. Could you also say that's a feat Ab-Stract? So you're contradicting yourself? Kind of. Like, I don't know if I'd ever use it, but I'm just saying. Zetsu never says the speed of kidding. If it's 1/44,000 of a second and we can get the average distance, we can get the speed. And that's not even the point. The speed of kidding doesn't matter. He says the speed of natural lightning, which Kiden was supposed to represent. All Sasuke was doing was guiding that natural lightning down with chakra. Hey, Kai, remember I said Karibo be trying to get points? This is Karibo trying to get a point right now. The point of the statement, was that natural lightning is something Sasuke, the speed of natural lightning is something Sasuke can't produce. Karibo is going to say the speed of Kiden was never given. The point is, Karibo, he can't replicate what he's trying to create with the natural light. He can't replicate that by himself. He needs the actual speed of something faster than he can generate to be an attack. That was the point. Karibo, Rev says, Karibo, he has read Bleach. It's just that once 6 and Spikage dropped him, he suddenly had very nice things to say about Bleach, even though he previously used to ride for Naruto. True. Ursa says, not even every lightning blast in real life has consistent speed, so I think it's possible that lightning style moves faster. Okay. I mean, it can move faster compared to the jutsu caster's own techniques. Sure. Yeah. Oh, faster than sound just because of feats. Okay. Faster than sound. I still wouldn't do that, though, because I would kind of be with Rev on this one where we say Itachi using a sound-based genjutsu is going to be faster than someone like beginning of series Sarada using a lightning style jutsu. Itachi's just that much better than Sarada to where his jutsu should be faster. So he says, laugh my ass off. The Bleach novels are accurate, but I never read anything about anyone blowing up a star and carrying on the world of spirits or forever with you. Grid says, I hate kidding discussions so much. Yeah, it's annoying. And then we don't even get into the fact that kidding is stated to be light speed in the fucking data book. Imagine that shit.
Maybe you could say yeah, he can in the novels, actually. Yeah, he's gonna blow up a star in the novels. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe you could say that Rangiku is like a high-level lieutenant or something. Like, she wouldn't classify as like an average one, but yeah.
No, Rangiku would absolutely be an average level lieutenant. Your high-level lieutenants are going to be Izuru Kira, based on his feats against Badagon's Facciones. Of course, Renji Abarai. Obviously, Renji. Of course, Rukia Kuchi right now. Obviously, Rukia. After them, I would probably go with probably Shuhei. Yeah, probably Shuhei. Then Tetsu Zaimon. Nemu. Where would Nemu go? Well, technically, she would outscale all of them versus... she would outscale all of them due to her fight with Pernida. If she's like gets super serious, she would outscale all of them. Yachiru would actually go above Tetsu Zaimon, Kenny. Tetsu Zaimon, Shuhei, Izuru. She would go above all of them. She's able to fight with Stern Ritter, Guanya Lee. Who else? Sasakibe would go below all of them, probably. Probably he would go below all of them. Yeah, but I wouldn't say Rangiku is a top tier lieutenant. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, no, the average Bleach character is pretty strong for some reason. Which is weird because, like, at the beginning of the series, they were incredibly fucking weak. Like, I was gonna do a few videos on Bleach versus Naruto. And, bro, like, Mitsuki, like, clears, like, most of the beginning of Bleach. Like, solo. Like, he would solo most of the beginning of that series. But then later on, like, I don't know, Kubo just, like... It seems like Kubo got pretty obsessed with, like, this, like, Abrahamic creationist narrative. And if you actually watch the anime, he's really, really into that shit. Like, in the anime, like, I can't believe people told me I was wrong back in the day. But in the anime, he basically makes Yhwach, like, a one-to-one with Jesus. Like, it's not even subtle. Like, it's literally just the same thing. He has Yhwach with his father at the creation of the world, before everything was made. He has him be reborn into a body and, like, don his father's name and, like, the god's name. It's so crazy. So, like, I don't know, Kubo just gets obsessed with this Abrahamic creationist narrative. And it seems like by default it made the other characters stronger. I think it's for the same reason that Boruto characters are so much stronger. Like, it's just like for them to fight anyone in the narrative, they just have to be kind of stupidly strong, even the weak fucks. Like, remember that one filler of Boruto where the kids are fighting Inoki's clone? But Inoki's clone takes over the stone village. But the Tsuchikage was able to fight Kinshiki. So it's like the kids are low-key scaling to, like, Kinshiki level opponents. But just because of the plot. So it's kind of like that, if I had to say it. But yeah, thanks for these donos, mister. Appreciate that. Killing me Smalls, I'm sorry. But that's just how much Battlefield is. Like, what? That's just how expensive Battlefield is. I don't make the rules. Yeah, Mizuki from episode 1, yeah. I don't actually want this subtitle so high. I want it below.
Oh, he said Mizuki, not Mitsuki?
Whoa, now it's just gone. What the fuck? You guys see it just vanish
like, here's the thing. I don't believe it, but I was going to let the Mitsuki thing slide only because in his mind, he probably does think that in Boruto, they have to scale to a one-to-one with the people they're fighting and that they scale to the chakra and all these things. So I was going to let that slide. If he's talking Mizuki, he's out his goddamn mind. Oh, hold up. Kribo says, Kidding was the shape of a dragon. It's clearly being manipulated beyond normal capacity. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. Not going to tell you you're wrong. But the selling point for Kidding was that it was natural lightning. That was the selling point for Kidding. I don't care that it was being manipulated. It did happen. But the selling point was that it was natural lightning. It's infused with chakra. Within the same user is what I mean as well. My sound would be slower than my lightning, but your sound and lightning therefore could be faster than mine. Okay, yeah, okay. That would, I mean, your sound would be slower than your lightning. If we had someone who could manipulate both, maybe we could, like, for example, Naruto, when Sasuke in there was fighting Naruto during the Valley of the End, Sasuke shoots a fireball at Naruto, and Naruto elects to block it instead of run away from it and dodge it. Why didn't he just run away from it? After all, it's a fireball. Unless the fireball was moving in a combat speed relative to Naruto. Because he doesn't have to block it unless he can't escape from it. Like, normally at least, in my opinion, You either block things you can't escape, and it gets dependent upon, person to person and stuff like that. But at this point, this is end of series Naruto, end of series Sasuke. Why would he elect to block something like that, which would leave him open to being attacked if it wasn't faster than he could run away from? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, no, I don't know. Rangiku is high level. You think Rangiku is high level? I don't know. Hisagi would win against any lieutenant, though maybe he doesn't have the best stats, but can't figure out what Hisagi is definitely winning against every single lieutenant and some captains. Increment of power as the series is going on makes the discussion odd. On whose side? Bleach or Naruto? So he loses the Rangi and Rukia. Our jutsu speeds could be different for infinite reasons, to be honest, lol. So I guess Seth acts like he knows so much deep lore, lol. Yeah, here's the thing. I thought everyone knew that. Like, Yhwach or Kubo taking inspiration from Judeo-Christian stuff. I thought everyone knew that. But it's okay. Something fucking stinks. Anyways. I can't see how he is losing to Rangi and Rukia. Grit says, I think the point about Ichigo fighting Badagon's Factionis as well as he does makes him high-level lieutenant at that time, but Rangiku by 1,000 Year Blood War is combating an amped-up Espada while nerfed. Rangiku by 1,000 Year Blood War is combating an amped-up Espada while nerfed. You mean after 1,000 Year Blood War? Damn, Seth is really a fan. Dude sat through Boruto filler. Yeah, that's crazy. Sav 3. Yo, what's good, Sav? Boruto / Naruto was good. Was so good when I was a kid. Naruto was fire when I grew up. Yeah. He cannot regenerate from disintegration in absolute zero. Who are you responding to? Oh, okay, I see. Karibo says, the fabrications or clones of that Boruto arc were growing weaker over time. Ku beat the Tsuchikage when he was fresh. Rev says, when you realize chapter 18 of Boruto is episode 180 plus. That's fucking crazy. That's nasty work. Won't work if he activated his Bankai first. So the thing is, whoever gets it goes Bankai. Doesn't matter. Grit says, that's an no limits fallacy. Hisagi's regeneration hasn't been shown to be that good. One Smart says, I hate that autocorrect turns where to wear all the same. Where to wear all the time, yeah. He will die from Zaga Teppo in Absolute Zero, which is Shikai, by the way. Explain how does his Bankai work. I know it is Shikai. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, so it's just like the Boruto characters just get really strong because of the plot, and I don't think it was the original intent, but it's just kind of like when you break down what has to happen in the plot, which as a power scale, that's what you have to do. Like that's how strong they have to be to operate in the plot, without it being like stupid or irrational.
See, I didn't mean to pause that. The thing about them operating in the plot, and mind you, I don't take those Boruto fillers as canon. If you want to, fine, sure. But from my purview right now, none of those kids, and let's use their terminology as far as Naruto is concerned, none of those kids scale to Naruto, where I'm at. None of those kids scale to Sasuke, where I'm at. None of those kids scale to Momoshiki. None of those kids scale to Isshiki. None of those kids scale to Daemon. Right. So when he's saying the plot demands that they're this strong and all that other stuff, I haven't seen it. And I will not be watching the fillers. Mind you, I did actually watch one filler. Oh, no, I didn't even watch it. I watched the fight because Karibo was talking about Urashiki with the fishing rod. And I watched Jiraiya beat the shit out of Urashiki with Naruto and Boruto's help, of all people. Like, what? So you're telling me part 1 Jiraiya is fighting Urashiki and I'm supposed to take that as canon? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I know the stream just started, but I gotta piss. One sec.
Even back then, Rangiku needed Gente Rain just to buffer her Shikai to beat Grimjaw's Factionis. At the time, Renji needed Bankai to win, so Rangiku was top 3 back then. She even fought Tres Bestia. So here's the thing about that, though, bro. I don't scale all of Grimmjow's Fractiones together. It's clear D-Roy was the weakest, whom Rukia killed with Shikai. And I think Nakim was the second weakest out of that whole squad that was sent down there. I think Nakim was the second weakest. It's clear Xiao Long was probably the strongest. And then Ilfort Grant's after him, and then Eterard probably after him. So just because she was able to dispatch her Fractiones faster, I do think there was a hierarchy in the ones that were sent. That's when I say that's specifically why in the Kakashi versus Toshiro video I say Xiao Long would be comparable to people like Eterard. In fact, I would say he's stronger, but just for the sake of video, I'll say he's comparable to people like Eterard because he's actually pushing a captain. Unless someone here thinks that Ikkaku can push Toshiro with Bankai to Bankai. I don't think that. If you think that, you can make the argument. But Bankai Toshiro 20% versus Ikkaku, Toshiro should still win that. So yeah, Xiao Long should have been the strongest Facciones, followed by Ilfort Grants, followed by Eterard, followed by Nakim, then followed by D-Roy.
I don't think Momo is bust.
Oh shit, he came in a lot of shit. All right. Okay, then you said at that time Renji needed Bankai to win, so Rangiku was top 3 back then. She even fought Tres Bestia. Here's the thing about that too. She did terrible against the Tres Bestia. She did terrible. If it was Izuru, if it was Shuhei, they would have did much better, which is probably why Kubo didn't have them fight them. This isn't to say Rangiku's bad. I just don't have her as a high tier lieutenant at all. She's not bad, just not high tier lieutenant. Seth3 says, if we're talking Bleach versus Naruto, then I can give 8 scans for Beyond Infinite Dimensional Outerversal Bleach. And why Bleach scales cannot be debunked. I slammed 10 Naruto arts who tried to debunk. Damn, that's impressive. I'm not gonna lie, that's hilarious and it's also impressive. Shout out to you, bro. But nah, the general conversation, Sav, is that Bleach on average is stronger than Naruto. That's the general conversation. Luna says, why not? Chakra control matters in the reverse. Jiraiya can totally find ways to damage featless. So no, I'm saying this. Cause I agree with you. Jiraiya can find ways to damage him. But I'm saying that goes against the whole remember when I was just saying if we're using their way of scaling Naruto? That's what I'm talking about. That's why it wouldn't make sense. You cannot have part 1 Jiraiya, who's not even in Sage mode, damaging Urashiki, and then say the kids are demanded to be this strong because the plot demands them to be. No, that's not how it works. If you follow my way of scaling it, number 1, the kids haven't shown anything impressive. But if you're going to take the fillers, I'm not surprised that they're able to hurt all these people. I'm not surprised Boro's getting beat by kids. I'm not surprised people are dying to natural flames. I'm not surprised people are getting crushed by regular rock pillars. I'm not surprised Momoshiki is getting... well, no, I'm not going to even count that. Rasenga to the face off guard. I'm not even going to count that. But yeah, none of this stuff surprises me. I didn't have my glasses on today. That's what's fucking me up. You guys didn't remind me to put on my glasses. But yeah, if they're saying, and mind you, people have different interpretations of this whole chakra and durability thing. People are, oh, Ab-Stract, you can reinforce your body with chakra. Oh, Ab-Stract, you have to scale to the chakra potency of somebody. Mind you, they'll never find a fucking statement or a suggestion or anything for any of this stuff. But let's just take it as true. If you have to scale to the chakra potency of people, how is Jiraiya, who's not in Sage mode, in base, hurting Urashiki? Unless you're saying that their chakra potency is equal. How is Jiraiya, who would have less chakra than Urashiki, in base? Because he's an Otsutsuki, so he's been eating chakra fruits. And he has the pills probably. How is he hurting him, if that's the case? Mind you, this is how they scale Naruto, not me. I understand how he's hurting him. So I'm not expecting an answer from my end. Kuribo says the fabrications were created to fight. Oh, I already read that. Ronan says, and recently she matched Burner Finger with a combo between her Hanako and Hiremaru, went on to match enhanced Mayuri Hollows. Yeah, but the Burner Finger ice vacuum ice combo was more of like a scientific thing. I don't know if that was like a aha. Us together beats your Burner Finger. I don't know about all that. Sylvie says, Sav, I don't know about Infinite D, but complex multiversal Bleach can't be debunked. Kuribo says, Jiraiya scratched Urshiki's clothes. Urshiki was beating Naruto and Boruto until Sasuke hit him with Kirin. Without Sasuke to tenderize him, Urshiki wins with ease. I'm going to have to go back and watch it. From the clip I saw, Jiraiya was putting the hands on Urshiki. I can give proof, Sylvie. Grit says, just to substantiate Xiaolong being the strongest of Grimjaw's factions, when he sees he's outclassed by Toshiro, he orders a complete full-scale retreat. That's hilarious. I don't know if you were trying to be funny, Grid, but that was funny as shit. Grid says to Ronin, they had the upper hand on Baz due to physics. Yeah, exactly. See, I think that was more of a scientific thing, not a power thing. Not power, though Baz B was holding back. He was holding back, that's true. Kuribo says, people love leaving out of context for Urashiki's fights. I wasn't leaving out context. I'm just going, mind you, I didn't watch the full filler either, Kuribo, so don't hold me like to a certain level, right? I watched a clip on YouTube because you told me to watch it. I've not watched the entire filler arc. I don't know it. But I watched the clip that you told me to watch. You said, check out Urashiki. I was like, all right, let me watch this Urashiki nigga. So, yeah. Jiraiya didn't hurt Urashiki? All right, cool. I'm going to look at the fight tonight. I'm going to go to the exact filler episode and watch the entire filler of when he's fighting him. I'll get back to you on that. Ursa says, chakra control and how they scale Naruto aren't incompatible. People just don't want to mix the two metas. I do that myself where I can. Chakra control and how they scale Naruto aren't compatible. Are you saying they are not compatible, as in they are compatible but aren't? I don't know. I would love to see those proofs because literally have a whole album for Bleach scans, and I never come across 10 scans for Infinite D. 1 to 2 scan, yeah, but 10, wow. Ursa says, don't want to, oh yeah, I read that. Grid says, amping their durability with chakra is kind of necessary if they amp their physical strikes with chakra. If not, their wrist bones. See, in Grid, I hear you, Grid. I hear you. Here's the thing. Just like the guy that tried to debunk my TikTok video with that, we're dealing with fiction here. We're dealing with fiction that do not apply. We're dealing with fiction that doesn't abide by all the natural laws that we have in our world. They do not. I think we can all agree Naruto does not abide by the natural laws we have in our world, right? They have a fucking energy system called chakra. They have Sharingan. They can do ninjutsu. So that automatically excludes them from abiding from our real world physics. So it's already kind of hard to bring real world physics into shit like this anyway, which is why I kind of stay away from it. For the most part, I stay away from it. It's, But increasing your AP for striking power does not necessitate you're increasing your body's durability, right? And if you were to even say that, all that would, let's grant it, because I'm being charitable tonight. I'll grant it. Let's grant it. Even in that instance, for the brief moment you're throwing the attack, you're making your fist stronger so it can do more damage to something. We need to see that with your entire body. So I understand what you're saying. Ab-Stract, if they're throwing harder strikes, they would have to increase their durability. I don't believe that's a one-to-one. Nothing in the series has shown or dictated that is a one-to-one. I believe that if Sakura coated her fist in chakra, or her hand or wrist, you could cut off her hand as easily as if it wasn't. I haven't seen anything to suggest that you can't. And like Kishimoto did horrible of giving us any actual tangible examples of these things. And And then there just exists the innumerable bad examples of durability in the series, bro. Like, so yeah, and you said amping their durability with chakra is kind of necessary if they amp their physical strikes with chakra. That presumes that everyone does amp their physical strikes with chakra. Number one, it presumes that. Number two, it would mean that they're utilizing chakra control the entire time they're fighting. And if they're utilizing chakra control to their fist, that chakra should also be going throughout their entire body, which would actually lead to them being more durable. But here's the thing. We find out that even when they're fighting amongst themselves, and let's assume they're amping their bodies with chakra, they still get hurt by things like shrapnel and basic swords. So it doesn't really work. Top 5 lieutenants, because Loki, she's better than just that. Rev says, Ab-Stract, in my rankings, Rangiku should be in the top 5 ranges. She's above Kira. This was established when she off-screened him in Soul Society. No, I'm not going to give you that, Rev. Kira was distraught about Gin being a traitor. I don't think that's a conclusive win for her. He was literally nerfed because he found out his captain was a traitor. I don't know about all that one. I'll send you Doc explaining why I rank like that. You can definitely send it over, though. Top 5 lieutenants, because Loki, she's better than that. Okay, so you and Grid both think she's better than that. Okay. They are compatible. Got you. Rev, Ab-Stract, would you say that their science would block Ryujin Jaka? My point is that... Would you say that their science would block Ryujin Jaka? For a little bit, maybe, nigga. Damn. Like, here's the thing. All that would mean, though, is that Baz B's level of flames can be blocked by that method of physics. Right? We're not going to say someone emitting, like, star level heat, sun power, can also block that. We're not going to say someone emitting star level or sun level heat wouldn't be able to overcome that. 2 different potencies. So, no. But it's not because the physics is wrong. It's because the power that we're dealing with is a lot higher, I would say. Where was I? Okay. Rev says, Grid, yeah. That's why I said ranges. She's not 1, 2, 3, but 4 or 5 is arguable. See, all right, we have Rukia. We have Renji. We have Yachiru. Do we have Nanao over Rangiku? Because that'd be 4. And then I'd have either Tetsuzaimun, who's relative to Ikkaku, who has a Bankai. Well, he never fought him with his Bankai. So I think I Tetsuzaimun. I would put either Izuru or Shuhei. Hey, Omaida got some good feats too. Hold up. Omaida dodged Baragon. Hold up. Omaida dodged Baragon. Omaida saved Soifum from BG9. Omaida did beat Baragon's Fracciones. He did. Omaida ain't that bad. Like, Kuribo says, I will say anime Boruto does scale differently in manga Boruto. The fights sometimes play out differently. I would love to see anime Boruto versus manga Boruto or anime Ichigo versus manga Ichigo videos. That might be an interesting project. Grid says, Ab-Stract, I wasn't being funny. Xiaolong just straight up thinks if someone is stronger than him, the entire force, who has an order from an Espada, by the way, needs to abandon the mission. That's hilarious. I got you. Okay, that's hilarious, though. Ursa says, it's demonstrated that the third law of motion is canon by Lee breaking his body via the gates. The problem is that Lee proves that you can amp yourself beyond your body's limits. So it goes back to a neutral position. What in the fuck is... Oh, God, that's a spider. Oh. Alright. See, I think I went up too much because I don't know what the first example that we talked about was to make you say that, Ursa. Yeah, you said the problem is that Lee proves you can amp yourself beyond your body's limits, so it goes back to a neutral position. It kind of does. It almost does cancel itself out with that, the gates being able to overload your body, but it's also your power that's overloading your body, causing yourself physical harm, physical damage. Yeah. Regardless, if Huriyatsu hadn't matched Hiyorimaru to some extent, it would have synergized as perfectly as it did, strong enough that burner finger which one-shot Hiyorimaru was blocked. Ab-Stract, we've agreed on this screen before that until fiction contradicts it, we should always use a real world... Oh, you did say that, didn't you? Until fiction contradicts it, we should always use a real world basis. Thus, Newton's third law would be assumed to exist and apply to Naruto. You did say that. I forgot. Yeah, I think when we were talking about like axioms and stuff, I think that was the conclusion that we came to. Hey, Grid, I'm not going to lie. You're going to have to remind me of that again. Thank you for holding me accountable. Thank you for keeping me in check. You're going to have to remind me of that again, though. And that's not this. Yeah. It's like chakra works like the life force. It's like chakra works like the force in Naruto. The energy is so fluid in its use that it might just be inexplicable magic added on top of a realistic superhuman world. Rev says, tell me how Kira beats Rangiku. Because there's an argument to be made that Rangiku was even more emotionally distraught than Kira, since Gin was also her childhood friend and love interest. How does Kira beat Rangiku? It's a good question. It's a very good question. Here's the thing. During the fight with Kira versus Rangiku, they were pretty even. Not going to lie. They were pretty even. And they were kind of the perfect counters for each other. Or she's more so the perfect counter for him. How would I argue this? It's really hard because her only dub in the series is against the second weakest Fracciones, being Nakim. Kira, on the other hand, fought one of Baragan's Fracciones, who should be stronger than the squad that Grimjaw brought. But then again, that's hard to say too, primarily because Ikkaku never went Bankai to show us just how... Well, so no, we can say this. No, that's right. That's what it was. That's right, yeah. So the guy that... And mind you, I know I don't like saying they're all the same strength, but I think we can safely assume that the Fractionalists from Baragan are stronger than the ones that Grimjaw fought. Number one, because they were all told to train over the winter for the upcoming fight. They were all told to train for the upcoming fight in winter. So they were all training, number one. Number two, when Ikkaku fights the big guy, the tall guy with the long neck or whatever, Ikkaku has to go to his Shikai. That Fracciones doesn't even release his Zanpakuto until Komamura comes. If I'm not mistaken. He doesn't even release his Zanpakuto until Komamura comes. So if all of them are stronger than the ones that Eterard and them... If all of them are stronger than the ones that Grimjaw bought with him, then it would also mean that Izuru fought a harder fight as well. Right? Now this kind of gets a little tricky because we kind of have to cross scale without actually comparing. The Tres Bestia were able to survive an attack from Momo, sure, and they pretty much blew her Hinako away. Yes, it was a 3v2, but Rangiku and Momo showed pretty much zero relativity to the Tres Bestia. Momo had an off-guard attack on them, or one of them. Sun Mila Rose Apache. Yeah, Momo had an off-guard attack on Apache, and it did jack shit to Apache. In fact, it pissed Apache off. Rangiku had them all in her Hinako. They blew that, like, they got cut, and they blew that shit away. Izuru fought Baragan's Fracciones and beat him decisively. I don't think Izuru took damage in that fight, if I remember correctly. And Izuru has a feat where, like, he slices his wings 4 times in, like, a split second, and he doesn't even notice. And then Izuru executes him. So it really comes down to if you think that Baragan's Fracciones that fought Izuru is stronger than the Tres Bestia. Mind you, Rangiku couldn't do anything against any one of the Tres Bestia. At all. It was a very bad showing. Even with Momo, who was another lieutenant, could not do anything. So it kind of comes down to opinion as far as who do you think is stronger between Momo and Izuru. But I would just say that Izuru had the harder fight, to be honest. Izuru has the better feats. Izuru has the better showings. If we're both fighting Fracciones, and mind you, it's not like the Fracciones jumped Rangiku. Not really. They didn't really jump. Like, yes, it was a 3v1, but they weren't like... Or maybe I do have to watch it again or read it again, but yeah. Grid says it shows a consequence of people amping themselves beyond their limits. This means people aren't wrecking their bodies. They're experiencing the feedback, and their body can handle it. Ab-Stract, my mans. Burner Figure 1 offset Ryojin Jaka's flames. That it did. That it did. That's true. Grid says Nanana, Izuru, Omaida, and Shuhei do not have better stats than Rangiku. Oh, Nanao. Nanao full power does. Nanao full power was able to react to a Pernida that had Kenpachi's reaction speeds. She reacted to him and she injured him, actually. So Nanao definitely has better stats. Izuru kind of goes into that conversation, that cipher I was just having with Rev, so take that how you will. Omaida literally dodged Baragan, and Shuhei does not have better stats than Rangiku. See, the thing is this, Rangiku doesn't have a good fight, and maybe that's it. She doesn't have a good fight, bro. Nanao can't even wield Zanjutsu in battle. Grid, only certain people use their amps to perform strength and durability. Agreed. Omaida is outclassed in Kido and Shikai ability. He is, but he would still, in my opinion, Omaida's faster, definitely, than Rangiku. Grid says, beating your Fracciones doesn't matter when nerfed zombie Rangiku is fighting stronger version of Loopy than the one Zao conceded was a true 6 when Grimjaw was missing an arm. Okay, so you guys are probably mainly scaling off of the novels then, because I'm sticking to 1,000-Year Blood War and things we've seen. You know, 1,000-Year Blood War, Fate Karakura Town, Arrancar Arc, Soul Society. I'm sticking to that stuff. The problem is that there's no elaboration on how the energy materially works. It's entirely possible that people don't amp themselves properly. That could be true too. Grid says, it doesn't matter how many people do it. I'm saying anyone chakra amping strength by necessity has some way of tanking the recoil of their force. Rev says, Shuhei is a maybe for me. 4 and 5 are between Rangiku and Mashino. Mashido. Oh yeah, we have Kensei's lieutenant. Yeah, no, Mashido. I forgot about Mashido. So we have Mashido. Well, yeah, we have Renji, we have Rukia, we have Mashido, we have Yachiru, and there was someone else. Renji, yeah. I forgot about Mashido, but it just makes it hard. Oh, Nanao. Yeah, that's right. Not Nanao. Why'd I say Nanao, yo? I'm thinking of Nemu. What the fuck? First off, Nanao is about as fast as Shinsui. Like it or not, Nanao has consistently been able to keep up with Shinsui's flash steps. So Rangiku is not fucking touching Nanao at all. Nemu is who I was talking about fighting Pernita. I don't know why I was saying Nanao. Their names kind of mix me up. So yeah, we would have Nemu, Mashido, Rukia, Renji, Nanao. Absolutely. Her skills with Zanjutsu are not good, but yes, with Kido. Definitely better stats. Maybe not like beating Rangiku in a fight, but better stats, definitely. Even if we say it's just Tsunade, Sakura, and Cloak users, they must be able to tank that equal but opposite energy, or they're destroying their arms with every swing. Funnily enough, Grid, apparently there exists something in some data book or novel or something that states, apparently, right? I heard this somewhere. Whenever Tsunade and Sakura are amping themselves with strength, they're also healing themselves from the damage that they use. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. Heard that somewhere, though. Luna Ursa says, we also can't tell when chakra amping occurs in these fights, just like body flicker. Chakra amping is valid, but invisible and useless. Thank you, Ursa. Now you're getting it. Sorry, not now you're getting it. That was rude. Not now you're getting it, but now you're thinking along my wavelength. This is the shit that I consider. For example, Karibo always says Ab-Stract. They amp their weapons with chakra. Listen, if weaponry reinforcement is not shown, it's not to be presumed. Why? Because that is a specific skill for certain people, not all people. It is not to be presumed that Kakashi is amping his punches the way Sakura and Tsunade do. He doesn't fight like that. He's impressed she can do it to that degree. Nothing suggests he can do it to that degree. So yeah, that was the perfect statement. We can tell when chakra amping occurs. We can't tell when chakra amping occurs in these fights, just like body flicker. And I'm not gonna. So for body flicker, it would be more dependent on the person. The person we're talking about, right? We know that Raikage uses body flicker consistently when he fights. It's literally a part of his style. We can presume, like I said in the video, Shisui is using body flicker when he fights, because his moniker was literally Shisui the Teleporter. And of course he doesn't have teleportation, he's using body flicker. But aside from them, most people are not utilizing the body flicker mid-combat. Ab-Stract, they were not even. Kido was outsped by a mile. Kubo went out of his way to make a point out of Rangiku matching Toshiro's speed. Kido was only even with Rangiku after tagging her with his Shikai and slowing her down. Kido was outsped by a mile? If I remember correctly, Toshiro and Rangiku couldn't even catch him. He had to turn around and stop running from them, first off. So when was he outsped? And if I remember correctly, he soft blitzes. Hold up, we're not doing that. Hold up, Rev. What's the name of that? The creeping limit. Okay, cool. Right after that, bite the moon. That's when Renji's fighting, I think. Yeah, bite the moon. Bite the moon is when Renji's fighting. Kneel to the Baboon King. When did they get found out? Let me see. Okay, he hasn't been found out yet. Deathberry returns. The God of Flash. So that's when Yoruichi comes. Should be around Scratch the Sky. That sounds like when Ichigo is fighting. When does Toshiro fight Aizen? End of Hypnosis, the Burial Chamber. Because that's where it's going to be at. Let's see here. Okay, this is this. Got a Flash. Maybe, is it behind? We're looking for Rangiku. in Izuru. All right. I feel like it's earlier. Where's Toshiro at? Byakuya. It should be earlier than this, though, right, guys? End of hypnosis. Let's see this one. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right. Okay, so we have a captain and a lieutenant chasing a lieutenant. Izuru is pretty far away. Hold up. Toshiro's on his heels, actually. Toshiro's on his heels. I came later. I was left in the room by someone else. Obviously, the Central 46 members. Shouldn't you be worried about protecting Momo? So, Rangiku, is obviously slower than Toshiro, but she's, like, mind you, yes, she had a less of a start, but she's obviously slower than Toshiro. Yeah, he doesn't stop running until Toshiro's gone. I believe Toshiro definitely would have caught him. Rangiku, no. My mission is to keep you here, Matsumoto. Mission? Who gave you that mission? Gin? There's no need to answer you. There is. There is not. You've changed, Kida. I don't know what Gin did to you, but how persistent. What I mean was, there's no need to answer someone who is about to die anyway. Kida, you raise your head. Wabisk. We're going to read Bleach on this channel, and I'm going to fucking love it. I can't wait to fucking read Bleach on this channel, bro. How could I not have noticed? Hinamori believes that I'm the one who killed Aizen. Of course she would follow me wherever I went. I didn't think she could recover this fast, but it was wishful thinking. She would follow me even if she couldn't move, if it was for Aizen. That's the kind of person Hinamori is. Of all people, I should have realized that. Hinamori. Okay. Matsumoto, I assume that you don't know about my Soul Cutter's power. No, I don't. As a matter of fact, is there anyone who does? You've never said a word about that to anybody. That isn't true. My classmates Hinamori and Nobara know it. But don't worry, because now, Matsumoto-san, soft blitz, you will also know. Soft blitz. She hasn't reacted at all. She just reacted by moving her eye, seeing him down there. Look where she's staring, Rev. Look where she's staring. She hasn't seen him move yet. I'm sorry. Getting excited. Anyways, you will also know. Okay, but she is fast enough to block his swing. Nice reflexes. Excuse me? Now, how many hits from my sword have you blocked? Huh? And the sword gets heavy. My soul cutter doubles the weight of whatever it strikes. If it hits twice, it doubles twice. Strike third time, it doubles yet again, and so on. In the end, the enemy collapses due to the weight. Bent down close to the ground, with a face lifted up full of misery. Hence, Wabiske, the penitent one. 7 times now, your sword has been struck by Wabiske. That sword's original weight of 0.8 kilograms, doubling it 7 times makes it 102.4k kilograms. That's not a weight you can run around easily holding. So what? If I can't hold it and run, I just won't hold it. Mind you, he could have killed her at this very moment, but he's monologuing like a villain. What on earth do you want with this kid? Growl, Hinako. What did you... Okay. So, yeah, the next time we see them is, of course, when Gin is being... Gin and Aizen are being revealed to be traitors. Let's skip ahead a little bit. For Tente Kura. Okay, should be the next one. I'm gonna love reading this shit again, man. Oh my god, I can't get enough of Bleach. All right. Is easy to hear? Hold up. Yamamoto, Tetsuzaimon, Shunsui, Yachiru, Kenpachi, Shuhei, Soifone, Ukitake, Ichigo, Chad, Komamura, Omaida, Chugiro, Nemu, Rangiku, Nanao. Okay. So conveniently, she hasn't Tenteku'd anyone that they think is aligned with Aizen in this squad. So we don't see Gin, we don't see Kaname, we don't see Shuhei. Well, actually, yeah. I'm sorry, we do see Shuhei. We don't see Izuru. Okay, cool. Okay. So she's leaving. Captain actually lost. Now, he is on his ass, and there's a crater in the wall. However, he's very distraught. We don't know when this happened. In fact, she just left after the announcement. If anything, that news probably knocked him off his center and she got a good hit on him. He's not even worried about the loss. He's worried about his captain. Why? They said that they wouldn't do anything to Hinamori. He feels guilty. Your Honor, my client was not beaten that morning. Your Honor, my client was distraught. He was suffering from a lack of sleep. He thought he got one of his friends, his classmates killed, etc., etc. I'm going to love reading Bleach. All right. So yeah, Kira was only even with Rangiku after tagging with her. Yeah, no, definitely not. And ninja can use chakra to do anything they want within the power system. Oh my god. Fucking bug. Where were we? A ninja can use chakra to do anything they want within the power system, barring limits like dojutsu. Problem is, their nuance is so infinite they can contradict concepts in the story. I agree with that. That's pretty true. These contradictions are resolved because of how variable the situation and circumstances and timing are. Because chakra application is not constant, we cannot find hard anchor rules for Naruto, even though we can speculate on them due to implications from the power system. Very well said. Very well said. I agree with that. Rev says, base Tresbistia forced Kyuuge to actually draw his Hylic file, and when they lost, Ion came and nearly killed Kyuuge. So Rangiku being relative to Apache is more impressive. Hold up. It almost sounds like you're saying they made Kyuuge try. That's what it sounds like you're saying. I feel like that's not a fair interpretation of the events at all. Did Kyuuge have to step in? Yes. Does this mean Kyuuge was trying? No. It doesn't matter what technique he used, honestly. They weren't on his level in any way, shape, or form. He could have used his strongest technique. It wouldn't have mattered, though, because they're really not on his level. And mind you, this is after a 2-year time skip you're comparing them to. 2 years have passed since Katakura Town. Nothing dictates Kida not getting stronger. Nothing dictates Shuhei not getting stronger at this point. Grid says the Trace Bestia are just strong. Rudaborn, who imitates that Dordoni needs a Resurrection to beat him, concedes inferiority to the Trace Bestia. Rudaborn, who intimates that Dordoni needs Resurrection. Wait, does he? Which one is Rudaborn? Rudaborn intimates that Dordoni needs Resurrection to beat him. Oh, Oh, the motherfucking the Hekies. Okay. Yes. So you're saying the Hekies guy intimates that Dordoni needs Resurrection to beat him. Concedes inferiority to the Tres Bestia. Tres Bestia are acknowledged as very strong by even Nell. Acknowledged very strong by Kid Nell. Yeah, sure. Like what? Does anybody know what Lunar ranting about? Yes. So Lunar is talking about essentially chakra, its different applications, its consistency, and how it's sometimes not consistent. But us being the readers, we can kind of get a framework for how consistent it is. But it's really hard to narrow something down concretely because the series will often go against its established rules, or at least the rules that we perceive as power scalers. Generally. Another way to look at it is that chakra amplification is a universal ability that must be activated. Like most abilities in Naruto, it's not passive, meaning not focusing can make the power lapse. True. Yo, Ab-Stract. What's good, Red? How you doing? What's good, Godflow? How you doing, bro? Chakra amping. I think you're overrating the Badagon feat badly. Badagon is playing with him in peak. Hold up now. Badagon was serious about attacking him. Do I gotta go to that too? Do I gotta find Badagon? I won't do it. It's okay. Let me get that off that. That's weird. Okay, let me catch up. Badagon is playing with him. In peak Nanao, doesn't matter. Her AP is entirely based on what she reflects. She's not even... Yeah, my fault. I was talking about peak Nemu back then, Grid, not peak Nanao. That was my mix-up. I had them wrong. I was talking about peak Nemu, not peak Nanao. I still have Nanao probably as one of the fastest lieutenants, being that she can keep up with Shinsui pretty much all the time when he's using Flash Step. Zombified Rangiku fought revived Luffy during Thousand Bloodward just after the zombie Toshiro versus Mayuri fight. I didn't know that happened. Okay, cool. See, but that's... Okay. See, like... It's not fair because you're using novels, number one. Number two, Kira doesn't get any fights. It's not really fair. Oh yeah, I remember hearing that in a few of Eon's videos. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, Planet Birthday. Exactly. Eon was the one who said it. But I don't know. No. Eon said he also couldn't find the source, but it's something he heard too. So yes. They break their hands with their punches only to heal them. Early series, Deku would be jealous. Like shit. Grid, ninjutsu is not a power system. It's a magic system. And magic systems are glass cannon systems. Scarlet Witch died to Rebel falling on her. Same Wanda has magic that can match Thanos. True. We've lost the plot of the live again. We did, yo. We did. Hey. That's not my fault. That is on Ursa. That is on you, Grid. That is on you, Rev. All right, that's y'all fault. Karibo been chilling tonight. It's not even Karibo. I can't even blame Karibo tonight. It is y'all three. Laugh my ass off. Ha. What was the plot? So the plot, Red, is we're talking about we're reviewing Seth's video or live stream. He said Bleach characters are likely stronger than Naruto characters on average, but not in a good way. And so far, I've liked what he's been saying. It's really funny because I agree with a lot of it. And there's some minor things I disagree with. Nothing crazy, but some minor things I disagree with. Laugh my ass off. Who still watches Seth? Hey, when he's talking about Bleach being stronger than Naruto, I'll watch the nigga. Let me chill. But nah, we watched his Itachi Solo's 99% of fiction. Someone wanted me to watch his Aizen Solo's 99% of fiction. So like here and there, but no, not really. Respect, but I haven't watched him for a while. Facts, I haven't watched him for a while either. Grid says it starts at her fingertips, sure, but that sequence of events you're talking about, she either uses take or her energy constructs. How does the energy get transferred back to her? Don't know what we're talking about. I can't read that, Grid. I literally forgot he was making content still, LOL. I agree. However, magic is tricky like that. For example, if Green Lantern catches a sword or gun, he wouldn't physically scale to it with the ring, even boxing gloves. True. What's up, party people, for everyone in the chat? Grid, you can be passive glass cannon because your defense isn't automatic. Scarlet can't protect her body, just like Ninja are human level unless locked in. Yeah, true. Ab-Stract, soft blitz while he's in Shikai and she is in base. Hey yo, Rev, you got a response for everything, bro. You one of the funniest niggas I know, bro. Oh man. See, and I hate that you said that because like I can't disagree with it because I've already stated that a rise in Reiatsu would intimate a rise in stats, and that's what Shikai and Bankai is. You're releasing more Reiatsu, so therefore you would actually have better stats. So, like, you're not wrong, but at the same time, she didn't overpower him in those few strikes. Her combat speed wasn't such that she could just attack him. He was on the attack the whole time. Yes, she blocked him, but his goal was to make her sword heavy in the first place. That's funny, though. The Soul Reapers know so little about the people they work with. Yeah, that's true. But you can say the same thing about Ninja, too, honestly. Like, aside from Kakashi and the people he grew up with, well, maybe you can't. I don't know. No, they don't. That's like Revenant says, no, they don't. That's like saying Naruto doesn't know about Sand Ninja's jutsu, therefore it's an issue. They don't work together. Each squad is its own thing. True. Low-key, they don't. That's why they tell ninjas to be ready for anything, because you wouldn't know what jutsu an enemy is using until combat. It's true. The Tente Coda panel is only showing those who responded and are on their way to convene. But I don't agree with Karibo. She's also very distraught. Her lover betrayed her, bruh. That's arguably worse. See, no, it's twofold because for Izuru, he thinks he got Momo, his classroom friend, killed, and his captain betrayed him, and he just helped them do all that. All Rangiku thinks is that, oh my god, Gin's with Aizen. Aizen's alive. They're bad people now. I'm not seeing it. Boy, y'all are... I'm gonna skip a little bit and move up. Okay, not too much to skip. Irrelevant, it's an apology. Nobody knew that Danzo had a Sharingan implant. True. Ab-Stract is very fair. Kyuuge had previously only used his sword to take out... Oh, Ab-Stract, it is very fair. Kyuuge had previously used his sword to take out Mentally and Lowly, just because they were in base, no Zerxion, and they made Kyuuge actually activate High File. Bro, you can use your abilities... Like, you can use your abilities... without it having to be, I was forced to do that. Like, you can just use your abilities, bro. Like, why can't he just use his Hylic file? I'm just commenting on the story, not a major criticism, more so an observation. Danzo is considered a sneaky scumbag within his own secret group. Kuribo says. Godflow says, facts. Damn, I'm just agreeing with both sides now. Laugh my ass off. Rev says, yeah. And the story also communicates that Shikai and Bankai are by their nature hidden. That is true too. That's true too. No one has even seen Kisuke Shikai at all. So yeah. Rev says, nobody wants to leak info on their abilities. The consequences were shown when the Quincy had data on all Shikai and Bankai. That's true. I want to say kind of true. They didn't really use that information as well as I thought. But then again, you could say they did, because as not being able to use Blute and block all of Senbonzaka, you could argue that they trained in Blute for that reason, because when what happens? I think Kyuuge says we need to update our Daten on the strength of our Blute. Meaning that they were prepping for their level of power, which would translate to Byakuya not even being able to hurt Asnot's fucking eye, which is crazy. Like, you could shoot Asnot with a fucking bullet point blank, and his eye would tank it, based on him tanking a pedal to the eye, or Senbon Sakura to the face. Yeah. So yes, you're right, but it's meant to be that way, says Rev. Godflow says, Itachi, what? Itachi cooking. I'm riding for my girl, Rangiku. Hey, you're good. I use TK as an abbreviation for telekinesis. Oh, okay. It's a Star Wars scaling community thing. Gotcha. Godflow says, great. I like that you fuck with Star Wars, bro. You know, Star Wars is my shit. Red said, Godflow says, but Itachi solo 99% of fiction. Hey, man, yeah, that's what Seth thinks. Kuribo says, Ab-Stract, everyone knows Kakashi of the Sharingan, the copy ninja, Master 1000 Jutsu, son of the Silver Fang. Son of the White Fang. That's true. Everyone does know him. And for the most part, everyone does know he knows Raikiri. But that's more so due to... a combination of, number one, fame and infamy, and number two, we have to understand that all these villages have hit lists on other ninja. They're not all friendly friends. Well, now they are, but before they weren't all friendly. Mind you, the Sand Village, the Stone Village hired the Akatsuki to do actual missions for them, right? Each village has their own bingo book. Kakashi is in some villages' bingo book. So, of course, they're going to know who he is. They're going to know he's famous for the Raikiri, all this other stuff. Ab-Stract, nah, today I'm on your ass. Yes, you can use your abilities, but you're the same person who said because Ichigo was in true Shikai form, asking scales to him because they clashed one time. Yeah, so here's the thing. That was based on, and I don't know how this relates to the Rangiku Izuru thing, because I'm saying neither one, like, from the perspective I'm coming at with Rangiku and Izuru, if you want to say they're even, I would even take that. But Rangiku over him, I don't see that. He has the better, I can't say, I mean, in my opinion, he has the better feats. If we're keeping it to things that have happened and that are serialized, the novels haven't happened yet. They haven't been put into place. With the Askin and Ichigo thing, I think I broke that down pretty well, bro. It wasn't just one clash. Mind you, we see them backing away from each other after a clash, right? But Askin says, Ichigo, did you maybe get some new techniques from Osho? Because I can't poison you right now. Like, I'm trying to poison you. I literally can't. Ichigo's like, yeah, what if I did? Ah, that makes sense. I'm going to try and poison you again. So, that tells us that Ichigo was not able to successfully take down Aizen before... Ichigo was not able to successfully take down Askin before Askin could get off a poison on Ichigo. So that's more credibility than just them clashing and, you know. Star Wars versus Naruto matchup. Kyuubi used Hylic File, couldn't kill them, and they, without Resurrection, unleashed Ion, and he bodied Kyuubi until he used Volstundig. Yeah, Ion is a freak of nature. It doesn't even make sense that Ion gets that strong with just a portion of all three of their spirit energy. It literally doesn't even make sense. Ursa says their power systems are similar enough that light guns and shit aren't threats to people without the force. Light guns? Oh, lasers. Laser guns. And shit aren't threats to people without the force. The Ichigo example is analogous with Kyuubi. Oh, Kyuubi versus the Tress Beast there. Oh, okay. You know, I've never seen the manga adaptation for that. But since it is out 1000 Year Blood, I don't know if I need to. Here's the thing. When he fought the Tress Beast there, all he did was pull out his sword and cut them up, if I remember correctly. Did he shoot arrows at them? I don't remember him shooting arrows at them. I'm going to have to watch it. I'm going to watch it tonight. What? I haven't dived into Star Wars war scaling. The bingo book is such a cool concept for lore and world building. Yeah, no, the bingo book is dope. I do like that. It adds depth. It gives each village or each village's ninjas some cool points, kudos, if you will. You know what I mean? I think that it is actually dope. But what do you mean light guns aren't a threat to people without force? He actually beat them off screen, and you see the damage and destruction in the area they fought in. It wasn't a no or low diff for base Kyuubi. No, I think it was very low diff. Bro. They are a threat, but yes, a lot of non-force sensitives can dodge blaster bolts. Huh.
Ding. What's good, bro? What's up, Sniper? We're still getting Naruto versus Ichigo, yeah. Why do you keep asking that? I swear you've asked that like 50 times. We have like an update video coming out, but
He's still
I
doing
think,
Naruto versus Ichigo.
so we're making an update video. We kind of already recorded it. I think what I want to do though is I want the update video to have like some like specific scenes I had in mind, and then I'll put like those specific scenes into the update video to show you guys some stuff that will happen a little bit more. Because like, I think a big problem with like the footage we have released is that if you watch the Naruto vs Ichigo trailer, pretty much all of it is just Naruto beating Ichigo's ass. But like in the actual fight, it doesn't actually just do that. So I kind of want to put some more like Ichigo focus animation in the new one, maybe.
That's funny as shit. I haven't watched that animation trailer in years.
So, like, I feel like I need some more pro Ichigo stuff in this new one. Unironically, Kid Naruto multi-continental. I hate to tell y'all, but there's no way he is. Like, okay, so you guys know. All right.
And then in Rev, we can look at it like this too. Ikaku, Yumichika, and Ikaku, not Yumichika. No, yeah, Ikaku, Yumichika, and Shuhei were able to beat Mask. The Trace Beastia couldn't even damage Kyuuge, to my knowledge. I think Grid is right. It was probably a low diff, depending on how they did it. Hell, higher. Oh, you were talking about Star Wars still. My fault. He actually beat them off screen. It was an actual fight. There. Oh, wait. Okay, I already read that. Okay, upscale the people that dodged it, left my also JK. I think it was low. Okay, no, Grid does say that. Yeah, I think it was low diff. Does Kyuuge's clothes even get torn, much less him getting damaged? Yeah, I think it was low diff. Use another character if you can. See what I meant by Seth grifting? I hate using that word. See, I'm not even gonna lie to you, Rev. I don't even know what the fuck that word means. Grifting. I don't know. You guys know
the calc that puts them at multi-continental, right? It's the 9 tails and the 8 tails using their full power attack and then blasting it, and then parrot calc the curvature of the earth. All right, you remember that? The problem with that is that Kid Naruto is not surviving that attack or fighting that attack. The 8 tails is not surviving that attack. Not only that, but the actual DC of that attack is spread over an area. So the actual energy isn't even condensed into a human-sized area of effect. It's like over an area. That's why... Okay. I hate...
Does Seth the programmer know what AP is? Sounded like he was talking a little bit about AP just now. You've piqued my interest, Seth. Tell me more. Let's go back. He was about to start cooking.
Into a human-sized area of effect. It's like over an area. That's why... Okay. I hate teaching you guys shit. You guys are so fucking... Oh, I hate you. I hate you so much, man. I hate my job. Ugh. Hold on. I just broke my Streamlabs in anger. Hold on. Alright, I need to teach you guys some shit. You guys piss me off. Alright. I'm gonna open my snipping tool. Okay. I'm gonna stream my snipping tool, and you're gonna look real fucking close, okay? Hold up. Window capture. Okay. Snip. Alright, you guys see my fucking snip tool? You guys see that shit? I'm about to teach you something crazy right now, okay? Y'all ready for this? I'm going to teach you something nutty. I'm going to blow your mind. I'm about to blow your mind.
That nigga's loud, bro.
All right. Okay. So we're going to say that this is like... This is Nine Tails, right?
Same old phone? Nah. Upgrade to the...
He has big ears. And a bunch of, I don't know. There you go. Nine Tails. Okay? And he shoots a death ball. This is like the planet. Okay? And then, boom. Explosion.
This is hilarious art. It looks like a fire pie.
Death beam. Death beam.
How's he doing this so fast?
Okay?
Is he using a mouse, bro?
And then we'll say this is Nine Tails. Alright, so Nine Tails shoots Death Beam at Earth. And the Death Beam, like, makes an explosion that's, like, visible from curvature of planet. Okay? Are you guys following along? Okay. Now let's say there's a person right here. We're going to say you. That's you. That's you right there. You see? Like, you're in the death beam explosion. Okay? So, the death beam, we're going to say that this explosion is 10 to the 26 J. Okay? Or multi-continental. Okay? Now let's say you have a barrier. You have a barrier. And let's say after all said and done, and this is the aftermath. So the aftermath, there's like big hole in planet. Actually, you know what? Let's just redo that. We'll say there's a big hole in planet. And then you're like alive, but like really hurt. Okay? So that's you now. Okay? So your barrier lets you survive the explosion. Okay? How durable is your barrier? How durable is barrier? That's the test. You guys ready? I want you to answer that. I'm going to go get some water, and I want you to answer that with all of your effort right now. I want you to put every single fucking brain cell you have. I really, really want you to think about what just happened. I want you to think with all of your might. I want you to use not one, not two, maybe 3 or 4 brain cells today. All right, while I get some water. And then I'm going to tell you the problem. Okay?
All right, this is hilarious. So, here's the thing. Let me just first say, this is good. This is a step in the right direction for power scaling. What he's doing right now, the people that watch this, he has people donating to him too. So they're very invested in him as a they're very invested in him as a personality, as a power scaler, as a entertainer, right? What he's doing right now is what should have been happening the last 10 to 15 years of his content creation start. What's funny about this is, and mind you, we all have our starts, right? I obviously did not come into this community, or I obviously did not come into Powerscaling talking about AAAP scaling. Go watch my first couple of videos. I was not talking about that. So we all have our start. The funny thing is, though, if you go to my video where I'm breaking down AP DC total joules per centimeter cubed, versus how he's breaking this down, he's giving like a holier than thou type vibe as far as disseminating this information. I don't mind, because when you start to learn this information and you start to actually employ it, it does hit you differently. Because you're no longer doing what every other average Joe Schmo is doing when it comes to attack potency, right? You're being more accurate. His question of, okay, cool, it takes, example right here, it takes 10 to the 26 joules or whatever. What is the durability of your barrier? Well, we could find that out if we knew the actual volume of the attack. But he didn't give us the volume of the attack. If we knew the volume of the attack, we could actually calculate how strong the barrier would have to be. And well, then we would also have to know if the attack vaporized, pulverized, or whatever type of damage it did. We would have to know the type of damage. But we could definitely find this out. I could find this out. I know you guys could find this out based on the shit that we've talked about on this stream. Everyone in this stream should have an inkling of as to how we would go about getting the actual AP of this. But it's just very funny that he is the holier than thou approach. Because he wasn't kicking this shit a few years ago. He was not. He was scaling off of DC. He was scaling off of total joules. And let me preface my statement. If he was kicking this a few years ago, then he was intentionally spreading disinformation because he wasn't revealing how to actually gather AP. So he either didn't know and has just got on board with actual AP, or he did know and was suppressing his own information / knowledge to serve an agenda, i.e. make certain characters stronger. Because here's the thing. And this kind of, like, what he's doing right now kind of tells me where his head is at as far as Bleach versus Naruto. He already understands that if you look at the feats in Naruto and you look at the feats in Bleach, Bleach is going to have less of this example that he's displaying right now. Bleach is going to have less DC feats, way less. But it's going to have much more and much more potent AP feats. Let's get to the chat real quick. Okay, I'm on vacation on debating. I do been reading up on a lot of stuff lately. Oh, hey, Godflow, bro, I'll tell you, not debating with niggas on Twitter has been the best last couple weeks of my fucking life. Niggas on Twitter are not only stupid, bro, they're stressful, they're annoying, they don't fucking listen, and they try every tactic to be disingenuous. I'm so glad I don't do it anymore. I hope I don't get sucked back into it. Honestly, I really don't. Like, the only people I'll debate with, Godflow, are you, Kinsey, Zed, and that's like about it. I'll debate with Enoch. Me and Enoch have history. I'll debate with Enoch. But like most people, bro, no. It means grifting. It means jumping from one trend to another for monetary gain, regardless of your beliefs. Seth used to ride for Naruto when 6 and Suikage bought into Naruto Whales. First it was with Chuck in Dragon Ball Z, then 6 in Naruto, and now it's Clyde in Bleach. Ah, okay, gotcha. Naruto explained he's a rider for Naruto, but he doesn't join into scaling stuff. So all the super chats on screen, LO. Him admitting to making Naruto beat on Ichigo is his trailer video. It's funny because he did that at the time to appease the Naruto fans. He probably did. Yeah, I watch guys like that. Or those that who mainly do inverse Naruto versus battles. Hey, would y'all like me to review some Naruto versus battles? Who are y'all favorite Naruto creators that do Naruto justice? Who are y'all favorite Naruto creators? We can definitely watch some of their videos. I watch Sage as well. I watch Ghost too. Who's Ghost? I don't know Ghost. Tobirama, Chibi, PFP is Virtue. TG has the Thor God. Who are these people? Laugh my ass off. We going off topic. Those smaller Naruto scalers have far better understanding of the story than guys like Seth and Noodles. LOL. Hey yo, who are these guys? I gotta find them. I'd definitely like to watch them. How are we going to test his audience with no details? Skip the grifting nonsense because he's gonna go piss. I think. Exactly, Ursa. He didn't tell us the type of destruction. He didn't give us the volume of the attack. He didn't give us none of that stuff and expected us to figure it out. I'm actually interested in how he's going to figure it out without the shit. That's going to be the funny part. Bro, actually I like watching Noodles debate because it'd be so funny. Noodles is kind of fan, I'm not going to lie. That's how Seth became big in the anime debate community. He speaks with absolutes and authority. I could see that. Yeah. Noodles is a funny guy. When he starts spurging and insulting, it's over. Last time I heard him debate was with him and Troy. I think they was debating Kaguya versus in the Naruto character that I don't remember. It was kind of funny. Yeah, I saw that debate too, Godflow. I think we were in there at the same time. No, we weren't. Yeah. But I saw that debate too. Noodles definitely had a stronger argument in my opinion. Noodles had a very strong argument. But he yields to a lot of things. But Noodles also debates, like, Noodles' debate tactic is really annoying to go up against. Because someone like me who grounds things in the manga, someone like me who grounds things in logic, he'll throw a curveball that would be like a little hard for me to respond. It would be a little hard for me to respond in real time because of the position he's taking. I would have to take a step back and be like, wait, okay, hold up. You're saying because well, I'm trying to think of the example. He said it was something about being skeptical. Oh, if you're skeptical about this, something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's like, if we're gonna debate that, then why are we having to debate at all? That's where my mind goes. If we're not here to have a serious conversation about these things, I'm not here to play meta ethics and meta fucking games as far as debates. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to find the truth of the matter, or getting closest to the truth as possible. I'm not even here to debate you. I'm here to get on common ground, honestly. The debate just happens in the midst of that. But yeah, Ab-Stract, they're like the Eons and Steinixos of the Naruto community. Oh, that's dope. Their Shisui wank is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Even when the Biju bomb is still compressed. Noodles is the type to win a debate and still come out of the debate being a loser. Naruto inverse is so cancer because cross-verse ideas spill over into the main stuff. Stats are all over the place in the community's perception. Hey, tell them to come to my fucking channel, bro. Tell them to come to my channel. All right. It is compressed and then launched, and when it hits something, it expands. Basically like a nuke. Yeah. This nigga still pissing. Ab-Stract, I think you'd appreciate Thunder God's KCM versus Sage Mode video because of the way he tackles the nuances behind strength. All right. Let's put that on the... well, let's look at it first. Let's see. Thunder God. Is it this guy? Yeah, it's probably this guy.
What's going on, guys?
You said I'd appreciate his what? Excuse me, goddamn. All right. You said I'd appreciate his KCM versus Sage mode. Okay, cool. Okay, Kyuubi chakra mode versus Sage mode. Which form is better? I bet. Yeah, we'll look into that. We'll watch that maybe tomorrow. Seth is screaming with every Naruto character is relative in stats unless stated. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold up. Seth is streaming with every Naruto character is relative in stats unless stated. You're saying he's live right now? Let me see.
Hello, I've returned. Okay.
Okay, he's back. Hold up. We'll
guys,
get to that.
So, I need to whip out another thing, all right? Now we're going to whip out part 2. This is going to be lesson 2. This is going to be the notepad arc, the notepad section. So we're going to go to...
Own Superman now. He's the
I can almost guarantee you guys he left because he realized no one can solve that without the necessary details of the feat. So he was buying time. Hey, no shame in your game, Seth. If you see this, no shame in the gameplay. I got you. That's funny as shit, though.
Display window capture again. New capture. This one will be the notepad. All right, so we're in the notepad section here of the lesson. All right, hold on. Alrighty, let me shape this up well. Yeah, it looks about right. It looks good. All right, so notepad. Okay, so here's the problem. Why is the explosion 10 to the 26 joules? Do you guys know? Why is the explosion that big? Like, why is it that much energy? You know, here's some, like...
So, already... why is the explosion 10 to the 26 joules? The question... The question is convoluted. All right, I'm gonna let him explain. And if he kind of rears off to where I think he's gonna go, I'll stop.
Let's make some common deductions, like a common explanation. Anyone can think of it, right?
Because like it can be 10 to the 26 joules and not be that big. Is he going for volume right now? Because the attack can carry that energy without it being that big.
Because of.
Hey, I need someone in our community to watch this shit, yo. Oh, gosh. I wish Zalius was active, bro. I wish Zalius was active. Too bad Michael's asleep. Ursa's here, though, so.
How much stuff it blew up. Right? There you go. Sure, right? Blew up bunch of rocks, bunch of earth. Boom. Right? Yeah. Right. Yeah, there you go. It's easy. Real easy to understand. Blew up a bunch of rocks. Turned a bunch of rock and earth to dirt. Bam. 10 to the 26 joules of 26 joules worth of earth and dirt went boom. All right. So, why is the barrier that survives this death explosion over the planet not the same amount of energy? All right. Now with that.
Wait, what? Why is the barrier that survives this death explosion over the planet? Why is it not the same amount? That's such a funny question. That's a funny... Alright, okay. Seth is screaming with every Naruto character is relative in stats unless stated, LOL. He's really rage baiting right now off base, though. Yes, Seth is saying what we've been saying about the gun level durability. Oh, shit. Gun level durability, says Godflow. I swear he watched the Ab-Stract's video for clout. Hey, yo, honestly, I'm not going to lie. The way he's going about this is very reminiscent to my AP versus DC video. It's very reminiscent. And I'll say this, and mind you, again, no shade, no none of that. I can tell based on how you're presenting this that you are new to this information. Just based on how you're presenting this. And it was a little suspect how you went to go get water or pee for that long. Because you probably realized you didn't mention the type of destruction or the volume and all this stuff. But like I said, no hate to you. Play the game how you will.
In mind, let's go
back a little bit.
Explosion over the planet, not the same amount of energy. All right, now with that in mind, let's see if you can activate the third brain cell. Let's see if your third brain cell is going to kick in here. Come on. All right, we'll just say multi-continental. I know we'll say multi-continental MC. Whatever. Also, this is like 10 to the 26 joules, whatever. You guys should remember 10 to the 32 is like how much destroy a planet. Okay, it's common sense. But okay. So the reason is that the barrier is not overcoming all of the energy of the explosion.
Hey, ¿qué tal familia? Soy Carol G y nos...
The barrier is not overcoming all of the area of the explosion. A more accurate way to say that is the total joules of the attack is not challenging the full barrier's durability. That is a more accurate way to say that.
The barrier is only defending you from 1.8 meters squared. Well, cubed. We'll say cubed. Meters cubed of the explosion. But the explosion covers thousands of kilometers squared. Okay? Okay? So this barrier, now, if you, for instance, if you made a barrier that could cover that entire area and block every part of that explosion, it'd be 10 to the 26 joules. Right? Because now that barrier is contending with all of that explosion. It's containing the explosion. Example, Crimson Ray Formation versus Ten Tails. Right? So when they make the Crimson Ray Formation versus the Ten Tails, Crimson Ray Formation blocks the entire Ten Tails Biju Bomb's energy into small area and contains it. Right? So,
well, it lets it out at the top.
Therefore, safe.
We can keep going.
Safe to say, it contended with bulk of its power. Okay? But bad example. Shinobi surviving the Ten Tails Cataclysm. Okay, as another example. Let me show you an example of the Ten Tails Cataclysm. Okay, Ten Tails Cataclysm.
All right, so I'll say this. He gets an A for effort. This is probably, I don't watch his content. Like I said, I don't watch his content. I don't know if he goes live like this and talks about these topics all the time. I hope he does more of this, though, and I hope he furthers his ken in this information. I hope he edifies himself in this information. I hope he gets deep enough into this information to where his explanations are more coherent. To where when he gives examples of these, he gives the full details so you can arrive at a conclusion. Right? And again, this is nothing bad. I'm happy with this. This is something, Urso, remember when you asked me, do I think Kakashi versus Toshiro is going to change the scaling landscape or something like that, or change the community or something like that? If I had his reach, if I had his status, whatever, it would. It definitely would. So if he can make videos using this information, putting it out there and putting it in videos, we can have more accurate scaling overall. The very fact that he is leaning more towards looking for the actual AP instead of the perceived AP, which would be the total joules or the DC, it makes him a more reliable and a more trustworthy source because he's being more accurate now.
Where's it at? Fuck.
This idea that men have the power, it's only an idea.
When the monsters come.
Fuck it, I don't even remember. I don't even remember exactly what chapter. It's like not popping up when I Google it. Like the actual explosion is, but the aftermath is not coming up. Okay, so here's an example of the Ten Tails Cataclysm barriers. So Naruto puts his chakra around every single one of these creatures, these people. Okay?
These creatures.
And they all survive, right? So the Ten Tails Cataclysm annihilates a continental area. Here's an example. So this is what the Ten Tails Cataclysm does, right? It's been calced at continental or country level, depends who you ask. So does that mean that Naruto created like 10,000 multi-continental barriers around the entire Shinobi Alliance? Does it mean he created 10,000 Ten Tails Cataclysm level barriers? Or is it just to survive the Cataclysm, you don't need actually as much power as the Cataclysm generated? What makes more sense? Okay. If a person survived a nuclear explosion, are they as strong as the nuke? No. So, conclusion. The barrier only needs to survive the energy in its surface area. Okay.
So yeah, I'm convinced he came across Azalea's video. I'm convinced he came across my video. I'm convinced he came across a Sage video. Because who else is talking like this in the power scaling community? Who else is talking this talk in the power scaling community? If it's not me, if it's not Zalius, if it's not Sage, if it's not our presence on Twitter, who else is standardizing AP to joules per centimeter cubed? Again, not a problem. This is good. We want this for the community. Keep talking that shit. But I am convinced that you did not come up with this line of logic or thinking yourself. I could be wrong.
I'll be right back once again, though.
He said he'll be right. Why does he have to keep being right back, yo? That's funny as shit. All right, where are we at? Different shinobi develop their own body flicker styles. Right. My favorite style is Minato's. Like Itachi using crows as substitution jutsu, saying, yeah, that would be dope. Dude stacks flying ride Jin on top of body flicker. Many people don't Doesn't even know he uses it after Flying Thunder God to blitz enemies. They just think it's Flying Thunder God. Seth doesn't understand perspective. Continental area shows him out in range. Needs 15 examples to explain surface area while pretending his audience is too stupid to understand. Yeah, that's wild, right? So that's probably the most egregious shit in this, yo.
All right, I'm back.
All right. Again, I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that. I want no beef. He's explaining this like they're dumb, but his understanding of it would almost be at in novice to intermediary level. He understands the basics, but even with his initial questioning of it, he couldn't give a good enough example because he forgot to leave out the important details to derive actual AP. And then even the way he's wording this stuff, the bearer is not overcoming all the energy of the explosion. Maybe it's a grammar thing, but that's not how you would say that. The barrier is I think this one's good. The barrier is only defending you of the explosion, but the explosion covers thousands of kilometers. Okay, yes, that one's good. But yeah, this is funny. This is funny. I like this though. I do like it. I don't want to make it seem like this is bad or anything like that. I do like this. Who was the third person? Not even him just yet. Who was the third person? Oh, me, Zalius, and Sage. Okay, yeah. So Ursa Sage is he's in our Discord too. He talks about One Piece. He has a One Piece video. Luffy power scaled accurately. We've watched his video on the channel before. Minato is cracked. Tobirama only uses Flying Thunder God and Body Flicker to blitz his opponents in a straight line. Minato stacks them in a combo jutsu, making him more versatile. I'm back. Dude went and checked the Discord real quick. Like shit, bro. I swear to God. Yep, laughing at myself. 100% he's trying to regurgitate another person's explanation of AP. Yeah, he is.
Okay. Alright, let's take these off now.
So, like, and here's the thing about that. I would have much more respect for him if he, like, said, hey, guys, through my scaling career, I've been doing this as far as AP. I've been using total joules. I've been using DC. I found a new way. I found a better way. Here's where I found the better way, and here's how you do it. Let me reference. That would be more respectable to me than him trying to talk down on the audience and act as if this is something he's known all the time, using 3 brain cells and all this other stuff. It's cool though. Like I said, do you, bro?
Yadamir Neg.
So I want to see if he's going to make the correlation between Bleach characters having a lower volume and area of effect,
keyword is
but
on
being
average.
more potent than Naruto
average.
character. I want to see if he's going to make that connection, and this is the reason as to why he has them on average stronger or not. We might watch this whole goddamn thing. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, so one of the
I'm not
problems
tired.
with downplaying ETSO, I'm going to have to whip out the notepad again. Let's whip out the notepad again, boys. Hold on. Okay. All right, let's use some more common sense. ETSO is solar system level. Okay, let's just downplay it or mid-ball it, solar system level. All right, let's assume everything we see.
The fact that solar system level is a mid-ball or a downplay is crazy. Crazy work. 100% he's trying to regurgitate another person's explanation of AP. It's kind of funny. Hey, what's good, Other Red, aka Red Original? What the fuck, you still alive, Trip? Just got home from work. Yeah, bro, I ain't got work tomorrow. Plus, I wasn't live for this whole week, man. I miss you guys. I miss you guys. Oh, Red, Toshiro versus Kakashi is out, Red. I need you to watch that and get on it, please. If he was so smart, we would all know this shit from him. Exactly. Because he, like, let's give Seth his credit. He is one of the pioneers of this power scaling stuff, to my knowledge at least, on the YouTube scene. He's one of the pioneers. If he really knew what he was talking about, we would have learned this from him. He would have been the first person introducing this stuff. That's exactly true. Ew, Seth the programmer, yucky. That's crazy. I'm finna call it a night. Your boy gotta wake up at 4 a.m. Damn, Godflow, get out of here, bro. It was nice talking to you. Godflow, I appreciate you watching the video, bro. I saw your kind words in the DMs. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. Bro, I literally said the same thing when I came. Yeah. My issue is that he would never scale characters so high if he understood AAAP. Good night, Devil. Good night, Devil is wild. Because here's the thing. You can understand the AAAP scaling method and take parts from it and stuff like that and not utilize it, right? Not utilize the full thing. He doesn't have to abide by the tenets or the standards of AAAP scaling. If he just wants to take what AP is specifically, hey, take it easy, Red. Take it easy, Godflow. I keep calling you Godflow. Night Ab-Stract, and I'm always going to support. My nigga. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, so he can take tenets and standards of AAAP scaling without using all of them. So if he just wants to take what AP is, even that's a step towards the right direction, right? So I'm not mad at that.
Is what we assume it is. So there's a star, there's a planet. Okay. Solar system level, right? Let's say... So that means Kaguya has solar system levels of reserves in power. Or can exert it with certain techniques. Right?
That distinction was very important. That was good. Or can exert it with certain techniques. People don't hone in on that. I'm sorry, Naruto fans don't hone in on that.
You could say Kaguya can only do it with that technique, maybe, but there's a problem, right? So the problem with that is that there's jutsu stated to be stronger than that. So, for instance, I believe it's Majestic Attire Susanoo Boruto, strongest jutsu in history. But all of that is Majestic Attire is just Naruto Kurama Avatar with Sasuke Susanoo on it.
That's okay, whatever.
So it's like...
What makes someone's work a
Karibo says, I understand AAAP. I still gotta acknowledge the narrative and power system of this specific verse. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Karibo, you of all people, Karibo, should understand AAAP scaling the most. Mind you, you were commenting on his alias's videos before I ever knew who he was. So I'm very confident in your knowledge of AAAP and the standards and stuff. Bro, why are we listening to a creep like Seth still? So here's the thing, Red. He's talking some stuff that I actually like tonight. He's talking about AP and how to derive it, even if he's like kind of butchering it just slightly. But he's talking about some stuff that are beneficial for the power scaling community. I believe it's important that someone like me who pushes this type of information give credit to where credit is due. This is a good step in the right direction. Plus, yes, that's also personal life stuff. I don't know if it was true. I hear all this shit happens in Discord, which is why you don't get into Discord with fucking kids anyway, but you know, whatever.
So if that's the strongest jutsu, what does that mean?
I'm with Karibo on this one. Kinda. I understand AAAP, but I'm lazy, so it's the old way. Laugh my ass off, bro.
There's also other jutsu too. I mean, I don't know if you consider genjutsu.
Nah, so like Rev. So like, what don't you think you understand about it? I'm pretty sure you understand it as well as I do, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. And that's just based off of me knowing how you comprehend things. I know how you comprehend things because I know how you argue. I'll say this. There might be things you don't necessarily fully know about AAAP scaling, but I don't think there's a concept or something in it that you don't understand.
Too, but there's infinite Tsukuyomi as well. There's the ability to swap dimensions. There's crazy jutsu, to be fair. But ETSO is a jutsu that Majestic Attire is stronger than. So it's like, let's say that, you know, obviously Majestic Attire is stronger than Naruto and Sasuke individually, but by how much, really? You know, how much realistically? Like, is Naruto, like, not even, like, is he just, like, a planet buster? But then Majestic Attire is, like, solar system plus? Probably not. You know what I mean? Probably not, realistically. So that's the problem with, you know, top tiers with Naruto scaling, is that they have the statement that Majestic Attire is the strongest. So that means if you were to put ETSO and Majestic Attire from Boruto in a room, Majestic Attire would be stronger somehow. Probably meaning that it would blow it up. Like, it's going to cut it in half like a Kenpachi meteor or some shit, realistically. Which also makes sense. The reason this makes sense as well, this also makes power scaling and literal sense. Majestic Attire, greater fusion Momoshiki, and his strongest technique. A threat relative to Kaguya at worst, you know. So it's like there's no... It's not even contradictory to the narrative for it to be stronger than the ETSO. At all. So that'd just be that problem.
Alright, so the issue with this is, of course, the statement scaling. The heavy reliance on statement scaling. That's just very, very bad for me. I'm pretty sure that statement comes from the data book. That's also very bad for me. It's not only a statement, it's a data book statement, which we know Naruto data books say whatever the fuck they want, basically, yeah. Also, ETSO versus Majestic Attire Susanoo. I have a lot of respect for the Majestic Attire Susanoo. Here's the thing. Let's take the statement at face value of the ETSO for this example. The ETSO was going to erase Kaguya's dimensions, right? He's saying Majestic Attire Susanoo could cut it in half, thus it would scale above it. But that'd be like saying if I cut the Chibaku Tensei in half, it wouldn't be as strong as the full combination of it pulling like masses and masses of earth out the ground. If you're not going to give the ETSO a chance to do its job and either expand to the point where it's erasing things or exploding, well then of course the Majestic Attire Susanoo is stronger. But I'll tell you this, if the Majestic Attire Susanoo were in the dimension that was going to be erased, it would not survive. If we go off the games specifically, her ETSO does explode. And if it was going to erase the dimension itself, the Majestic Attire Susanoo is not surviving that level of destruction. So that would also be incorrect. So no, Majestic Attire Susanoo, as far as AP or / durability, would not be equal to the ETSO.
For it to be stronger than the ETSO at all. So that'd just be that problem. Yeah, but it's not like Naruto and Sasuke would be planet level and then the Majestic Attire is fucking solar system plus or something, you know? It's like, that's probably not the case.
Did I pause it? How the fuck did I pause it? Oh.
Do you do a circus monkey in your head? What did I say that was incorrect?
Disney Plus, Hulu, and
He took a 1-year hiatus on the main channel and started uploading and streaming on this channel. Okay. It was true. He admitted it several times during the 6-hour stream with Keemstar. The thing to me that's worst of all, those guys who exposed him are cool with him again. Just weirdos, man. Damn. That's weird. Just a hiatus? Cringe. I want to know a formula for calculating surface area. Vector Syntax has one. Hey, Lunar. I'm sorry, Ursa, check the check the Bleach section. Vector should have posted one for surface area. I think he posted one for surface area in volume, unless he sent it to me personally. I don't remember. But just check there real quick. Ab-Stract, I understand it. It's just that I don't like to calculate feats. I just take what the narrative implies most of the time. So you're lazy. You lazy. Let me stop. Now I got you. All good. My thing is, honestly, if I could have someone calculate feats for me, someone I trusted, I would have them do it. But no one's going to cover Bleach in our community, I don't think, except for me, really. Because Galaxy's on One Piece. Michael's on One Piece. Vector just helps out where he can, pretty much. Spirit is on like JJK in Hunter x Hunter. I'm on One Piece. I'm the only guy on One. I'm sorry, I'm the only guy on Bleach. I think we have someone on Naruto. I don't remember. I think Vern might be Naruto or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I'm the only person covering Naruto, aside from Shinigami. Shinigami covers Naruto, but he likes to stick to more intelligence-based battle IQ feats and stuff. To me, that's cool, and it has its roles when it's necessary. But most of the times, it's not going to be necessary for fights. But sometimes it does have its place. Ursa says, I'm the same way, Revenant. That's hilarious. That scream was very crazy. I was in the live that day. Seth nearly cried. Damn. Even dude was under so much pressure watching cornered narcissist defend and deflect with an experience and a half. That's crazy. Keemstar kept pushing and instigating, and they just kept on yapping and incriminating themselves. You did this. You did that. Little boy. Oh, little did they know it would blow up on the internet. That's crazy. I was there too, Ronan. It was grade A entertainment. Watched it 3 times that week. That's crazy. That's hilarious.
Prove there's a star in Kaguya's root space. I already said as a basic assumption.
That's
like I said as an
made
example.
Anime fans look like weirdos that people view us as. That's
obviously
hilarious.
Debating about how strong the ETSO is a totally different debate. We're just talking about, like, does ETSO and whatever it equates to scale to Naruto and Sasuke because of, like, the properties of it destroying over time. Also, I'm the one who pioneered the ETSO, so I'll just tell you straight up. Even if it's just a moon and a planet, it's still, like, I think it's still large star. Or, like, large planet. And I'll explain why. So when I was first pioneering ETSO, this is like this is sort of something you need to consider.
Oh, my headphone's about to die.
Because I did a lot of low balls. So the low ball for ETSO is that it's Earth to the moon. Okay, that's the low ball. It's Earth to the moon. Hold on. There's also Roche limits and other things that happen with gravity, so the jutsu is also the same as using Earth's moon, what created Earth's moon. So realistically, maybe I should snip tool this actually, because my chat is being fucking very mean to me right now. Yeah, let's do the snip tool, actually. Okay, so you see Earth to the moon. Now, I did this in King of Lightning, but there's this concept called Roche limits. And so because the moon jutsu that Naruto and Sasuke used would be the same as the one Hagoromo used to create the moon in Naruto, it's likely the same. The problem is that, let's say the ETSO started here, or wherever, it doesn't matter. Let's just say it started on the very east side of the Earth, right? It starts right there. Now the problem is that it then has to go all the way around. So it has to destroy all of this as well. So the time space realistically has to be this fucking big. And the way that the ball is described is, it's not like a ball, like a little ball like this. It's not like a ball that like starts here and then it's gonna go and then fly across and blow up the moon in the distance or something. It's not like the time space is an oval. It's described as a ball that will just keep expanding forever and ever and ever until it just like it blows up the time space or resets it. So because of that, it goes around the moon, blows it up. They start a new time and space and recreate it. So even if Kaguya herself doesn't have an attack that level, Majestic Attire Susanoo from Boruto has to be that powerful because it's stronger than whatever amount of energy, or, you know, even logistically what it is. A ball that can destroy a time space from Earth to the moon in size, or Earth to a star in size, bare minimum. The Majestic Attire is more powerful than that technique.
Dunkin' Refreshers. Available in...
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Link to Majestic Attire. So, like, as a power scaler, like, just to reject the ETSO scaling to Majestic Attire, or I guess as another example, really the only people who would scale to are, it would be Naruto and Sasuke at full power, Momoshiki, Boruto, Isshiki, Baryon mode especially Baryon mode, because Baryon mode should be more powerful than that. I think the only characters objectively strong... Now, if you want to say that Majestic Attire could be like a theoretical Patara fusion, so even that if Naruto and Sasuke were like planet level, and then they go Majestic Attire and then fuse together, and then that lets them be Solar System Plus because they get like a Vegito buff, then it would be like... Let's open up the text document again. Hold on. Let's get the notepad out. Okay, there's the notepad again. Okay, so the notepad would look like this. So then you'd go like this. So you would say, all right, let's say Naruto and Sasuke.
Yeah, I'm lazy. Also, I used to do this way of scaling because I mostly scale for fun. I think YouTubers who power scale should be held to the standard of using AAAP calcs. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Like I always say, if you have the nerve, if you have the gall, if you have the courage to put yourself out there on the internet, you also have a responsibility not to mislead people or disseminate misinformation or disinformation to the best of your ability. You have a responsibility to be as accurate as you possibly can and not scale with an agenda. Because at the end of the day, I mean, do what you want, of course, but that's just how I look at it. Red Year was actually a crazy time. Moist Critical covered it. It became news, trended on Twitter for a while too. That's crazy. It became news? Do you mean like news or just like, you know, news? I've never been on Twitter, but I knew about how crazy it was. We need proof of that, Seth. Even then, it wouldn't scale to any physicals. Yeah, see, and Ursa, like, all right, let's imagine for a second that the ETSO was going to do exactly what it said Zetsu was going to do. Destroy a time space. We do know the implications of that would be the equivalent of like the TVA purging a timeline, right? We're not just talking about the destruction of matter. We're talking about the destruction of a continuity, a timeline. If it's destroying the time space, it's destroying everything within it and everything it rests upon. Whatever dimensional axis it rests upon, whatever cosmological scale, it would destroy all of that. The Susanoo is not surviving that. It's not scaling to that. Their physicals are definitely not surviving that or scaling to that. Collapse a time space. Right. And let's just make sure we're using or we understand what we mean by collapse. Because that could mean a different thing depending on what we're talking about. To fall or shrink together abruptly and completely. Fall into a jumbled or flattened mass through the force of external pressure. To break down completely, disintegrate. To cave or fall in or give way. Okay, so yeah, these work. These work. Yeah, to break down completely, disintegrate. So yeah, we're talking about breaking down completely or disintegrating a time space. David, are you gonna read Two Blue Vortex? We are gonna read Two Blue Vortex once they come out with more chapters. I didn't start reading Boruto until it was finished. I at least want Two Blue Vortex to be like midway through the manga before I start it, because it's gonna be a weekly thing that I read it. I'm probably gonna read it at least 2 to 3 times a week. So I'm gonna fly through chapters. So I want it to be a lot of content or a lot of material before I just start. And birth a time space. Okay, cool. So yeah, it was going to collapse, which can also mean to disintegrate a time space. Disintegration means nothing is left over. So it was going to completely destroy a time space and then rebirth a time space, give birth to a new time space. The issue with statement scaling is that the Majestic Attire Susanoo has nothing on the level of that. And we would fully expect, if it hit with the same AP, mind you, if it's disintegrating a time space, that means the energy coming out of it would have to universally erase everything. We're not talking about pulverization. We're not talking about vaporization. We're talking about complete erasure of everything. There can be no matter left. The issue is the Majestic Attire Susanoo does not do that when it attacks. There's definitely matter left over. There's definitely energy to spare. There's definitely power to spare. If we're going to say the Majestic Attire Susanoo is stronger than the ETSO, we would at least want to see fucking erasure from it on any level. But we will not see that. That's not how it works. Yeah. We will not see it because that's not how it works. So yes, Ursa, correct. We would want feats for that. We want proof for that. I think the context of that feat is because the dimension was created with chakra, the TSO negates chakra. Collapse means undoing rather than destroying. So it depends on what definition we're talking about, though, doesn't it? To break down in vital energy stamina, to fall helplessly unconscious, to fold down into a more compact shape, to cause to collapse. The act of collapsing. I don't know, Rev. It depends. Listen, it depends, but it depends. But even if we take your interpretation of it being chakra, that makes it even less credible because that would all be due to hacks at that point. And so I mean, either way you slice it, the Majestic Attire Susanoo doesn't scale to it, and the fact that we have no verifiable information on it, mind you, that whole scenario I just ran through was with the presumption that it did exactly what Zetsu said it was going to do. We have no information on the ETSO. We don't know a destruction time. We don't know a destruction type. We don't know anything else about it. We don't even know the volume. We don't know if it would have gotten to the size of a planet and then blew up. We don't know if it would have covered the entire space-time and then blew up. We don't know if it started hitting the planet when everything just started erasing. We don't know. It wasn't erasing the sky. Like, the sky wasn't becoming all white. It wasn't erasing the sky. So we can probably rule erasure out of here because it wasn't erasing the sky by just expanding. So that means it would have to explode. But yeah, we would need way more information.
Okay, theoretically planet level for no reason. You know, even if you said they're like moon level, like they create a moon or whatever, right? So they're at least moon level because they create a moon, okay? And then Majestic, then ET.
I always interpreted it as hacks. Hey, so did I. Oh no, so do I want to say, Rev. So do I. That's how I look at it personally. One argument was, the Sharingan doesn't see the world as chakra, so it's not chakra. And that leads me to say, Karibo, that, mind you, Karibo, Zed told me this. Zed said, because I argued it was hacks too. I said she created the place with chakra. It came about with chakra, with her jutsu. So she used chakra to create her things. Or she either used chakra to create it, which I really don't like, because most abilities in Naruto, as far as creation, come into being with the manifestation of the dojutsu, right? Kamui, Obito, perfect example. So it's more likely that her technique came about with the achievement of her dojutsu, or the achievement of the chakra fruit, whatever. That's more likely. Secondly, let's say she did create it using chakra. The ETSO was only going to destroy her dimensions that she created with chakra. The ETSO is an extension of the True Seeking Orbs. The True Seeking Orbs can null ninjutsu with shadow and light style, right? So she'd be destroying her own creation with a hacks that negates jutsu, or chakra to be more specific. So even in that, it wouldn't scale to anything, because she'd just be destroying it with hacks. Yeah.
So sorry, ETSO, solar system level. Just being whatever. Let's just say hypothetically, Majestic Attire, Naruto X Sasuke Patara fusion, solar system plus. Then the only characters objectively above Majestic Attire are Baryon mode, stronger than 6 pads, Isshiki. Kurama thinks he has to die when he could otherwise just fuse, right? So Baryon mode is stronger than Majestic Attire, or else Kurama just like, hey, fuse with Sasuke, you'll win. You just fuse with Sasuke. Isshiki.
See, like, I don't like doing that. Here's the thing. For whatever reason they didn't fuse. That wouldn't necessitate Baryon mode being stronger than their fusion, though, just because they didn't fuse. I don't like that. It's very presumptuous. It goes into the realm of headcanon. That's not how you use headcanon.
Momoshiki thought they would never beat him. He literally loses to MA. And then maybe Boruto, Jura, Damon, or whatever.
I just can't listen to this creep's voice trip.
I'm Superman now.
Alright, Red. Take it easy, bro. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Yes, the dimensions are technically... yes, the dimensions are technically hers, but in an indirect way. I agree.
So even if you like wanted to be like peak cunt, peak skeptical cunt, there's at least like 3 characters above the ETSO in power. Even if you're being peak sophist skeptic cunt, there's 3 characters above ETSO in Boruto. Even if you think ETSO only does energy over time, there's 3 characters above it. At bare minimum, there has to be.
And you can only
me
get
put
to
your
this
guys'
conclusion
donuts on
with
the screen real
chakra
quick, one
scaling to stats and shit like that, bro.
Hi,
See-
Billy. Hello. Thanks for the 50.
Like, if we were to have this conversation, like live or something, we would need to go point by point and like dissect every claim and posit, and it would have to get into the actual root of the series. It'd be such a fucking ride, man. Ab-Stract, read my previous chat. Okay, let me go up real quick. Okay, I didn't see that. Yeah, okay. I think the context of that feat is because the dimension was created. Oh no, I already did read that. Created with chakra and TSO's negate chakra. Collapse means undoing rather than destroying. Okay. Then you said spoiler culture isn't dead yet. Thought it died with JJK. I always interpreted it as hacks. So did I. I know. It's just that recently I saw some news about manga publishers arresting leakers. Yes, the dimensions are technically hers, but in an indirect way. And then you said, read my previous chat. Fun stream. I've got to hit the sack. Have a good evening, y'all. Hey, take it easy, plan a birthday. He would not let that happen. He would control the conversation, corny like. I can see that happening. But I mean, see, I can only see that happening if he didn't care about, like, I don't want to say truth and sound like a fucking asshole, like I'm the tier for truth or whatever. But he would only not let me speak or not let me have this conversation if he feared something, or if something in his, if he felt threatened to say. He said that with a hard C. Cunt. He used more narrative than chakra amount. Yeah, so the thing is this, Karibo. Let me go back. So, Karibo, my question would be, what would link Boruto, Jorah, and Daemon? What would link them above the ETSO? That would be the question. Wait, it didn't go through. Let me resend it. He doesn't care about the truth. He's been on record to be a person. He's been on record to be a person who speaks only to win. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, at that point we couldn't have an honest conversation, but you know. At bare minimum, there has to be. Let's read this again. Even if you. So he thinks Naruto and Sasuke are moon level. The ETSO is solar system. Majestic Attire, which is Naruto and Sasuke's best thing, would be solar system because it has a statement of being the strongest jutsu, which is scaling above the ETSO. Only characters objectively above MA. Baryon mode, stronger than 6 pass. Isshiki. Kurama thinks he has to die when he could otherwise fuse with Sasuke. See, the thing was, like, I really don't like that. That was never suggested. Why they did it is up to them. They were never putting, like, no, we're not doing that. Isshiki, Momoshiki thought they would never beat him. He literally loses to MA. Momoshiki thinking he can't lose isn't a scale, though. That's the thing. And then maybe Boruto, Jorah, and Daemon. Like, the chains, it's not there, bro.
I think ETSO only does energy over time. There's 3 characters above it. At bare minimum, there has to be.
Oh no, the 3 characters were Isshiki, Baryon mode Naruto, and then Majestic Attire.
Let me put your guys' donos on the screen though, real quick. One sec. Hi, Billy. Hello. Thanks for the 50. Appreciate that. How are you doing, man? Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you.
Sasuke was on the floor at the time. Wasn't he too much headcanon? Exactly. Too much. Yeah. So like Sasuke literally had 8 rods in his body at that point, and Kurama just now talks about a different way that they can probably win. This would have been a good argument, maybe if we knew about Baryon mode before the fight started, something like that, because then they're both fresh and they can both fight him at their best, and they both used the Majestic Attire Susanoo, and it was defeated. But no, it wouldn't. No. It would be them scaling above the Majestic Attire Susanoo narratively. You're going to have to wait for Jorah and Boruto scaling. I don't want to spoil. I got you. So Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If they scale above the Majestic Attire Susanoo, which is stated to be the strongest jutsu at this point, and the ETSO is stated to erase a fucking timeline, why aren't these people that scale above it erasing anything with their attacks? Bro. Oh my god. I really, like... Jigen died by natural flames. I'm not entertaining this. He died by natural flames. Kashi and Kaguya got squished by a fucking pillar. I'm not entertaining this right now, bro.
Thank you guys for the biggest donos. Why isn't Kaguya up there? Because you could argue that Kaguya doesn't have an attack that actually scales to the energy output of an ETSO. So the argument is that they're basically presenting as this, right? So they're like, okay, let's say Kaguya does have solar system plus reserves of energy. It doesn't mean that she actually has an attack that exerts all that power in one blast. So for instance, when Cell shoots a Kamehameha, right, we know that he can use that in combat, that the attack is just straight up what it is. He probably scales to some relative amount to his Kamehameha. But Kaguya, she could have this excess reserve of energy, but she doesn't actually have a technique that lets her shoot like a Cell Kamehameha solar system level attack. She can create this death ball that expands using all her chakra and then devours the energy around her, but it doesn't mean that she herself could actually fight her own ETSO. Or that her punches are solar system level because she can use all her energy and make a ball of death. All right? The problem is that they're saying prove that Kaguya can use these solar system levels of reserve and like singular attacks or while they're fighting. And so the counterpoint I put out was Majestic Attire is stronger, and it's basically just them as like combatant. Isshiki is stronger, Baryon mode is stronger, etc. So
wait. The other question would be, where did he get Isshiki was stronger than the Majestic Attire Susanoo? He never challenged that. Only Momoshiki did. And then it's like, are we really like? It's fine because he's not part of the AAAP community, but we would stop this dead in its track at that statement. It would go no further than that statement. We would stop him right there. Hey, that statement. Do you have a feat to back that up? Do you have anything stating, suggesting, or intimating that would be the case? Showing that would be the case? That it's stronger than the ETSO? Could it just be hyperbole? It's the strongest jutsu. Guess what? Kakashi was stated to be omnipotent. Guess what? Madara's perfect Susanoo was stated to destroy all things in creation. When are we going to start acknowledging fucking hyperbole in these data books? Like, for every step he's taken forward, he's taken 2 steps back. Ab-Stract, I think you give Kaguya too much credit. She didn't create the dimensions the way people claim she did. The dimensions exist as a byproduct of her dojutsu. Same way Obito doesn't scale to Kamui and Madara doesn't scale to Limbo, and so on. It's a Kekkei Genkai ability that allows her to gain access to several time spaces. She doesn't actually scale to her creation to begin with. Oh, yeah, no, bro, I got you. I was saying that like 15, 20 minutes ago. I was saying her ability would be similar to Obito's. I think you might have heard me say, let's grant her it. Because it doesn't matter if you grant her it or not. But if we're going to be honest, that's not what's happening. But I was just granting it for the example's sake. But no, I completely agree with you. Her technique probably came by way of the dojutsu or the Kekkei Genkai. Just like Obito did not create his fucking Kamui. It came by when he got his Mangekyo. Or else you would also have to argue that Kakashi also created the Kamui somehow. Because he also had the same eye. Like what? So yeah. Naruto can heal Sasuke, then use Majestic Attire. That's what happened during the Momoshiki fight. So yeah, at that point, Naruto was literally on spikes, so that wasn't going to happen. And Sasuke was literally impaled by spikes. Karibo, please stop making up things. You're doing it again, Karibo. Don't, like, when a point is being made, don't try and one-up the point by doing a side tangent. The main point was that Isshiki, the main point was Kurama wouldn't sit. Him saying Kurama thought that it wouldn't work, so he used Barrymon mode. That's fucking headcanon. Nowhere is that stated, suggested, or shown. That's headcanon. Saying, oh, he could have healed him. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. Woulda, coulda owed me a fucking $1, Karibo. It didn't happen, though, did it? No. So we're not going to stick in the realm of woulda, shoulda, coulda. Alright? Ikimoto depicted what he wanted to happen the way he wanted it to happen. He didn't want them to use Majestic Attire Susanoo. Don't know why. If Isshiki scaled above it, he could have had them use it and them loosed. Like, that's not what happened, though, so no. Ignoring the possibility, he's not thinking straight. At best, he favors frivolous amps being used all throughout combat, not realizing that the characters' bodies can't handle big chakra influx. That's true, and we see that with Jigen's body. We see that with Madara's body. We see that with the 8 gates. Jigen handled the avatars faster than Momoshiki. Jigen handled the avatars individually faster than Momoshiki. He did not handle the avatars together, which is why we have Momoshiki over Jigen as far as durability and ninjutsu, but Jigen has the overall better physicals. Facts. Fact is, it's stated that ninja can't use all their chakra in one attack. The gates prove this. Do the gates prove that? I agree with the sentiment, like the position. I agree with the position. I don't think they can use all their chakra in one attack. Or if they can, we certainly haven't seen it. I don't know if the gates prove it, though. Kakashi is never just called omnipotent. The statement is he's viewed as omnipotent by his peers. It is literally saying he is viewed. Again, Karibo, bro. Fine. Kakashi isn't omnipotent. The Majestic Attire Susanoo one that can destroy all things in creation. What are you going to say about that? The light fang that can cut all things at the speed of light and can't be dodged. What are you going to say about that one? The rain ninja's needles that can't be dodged. What are you going to say about that? Like, there's an innumerable number of statements that we know are incorrect. Please don't just harp on the side tangent. Attack the whole argument. The argument is the data books are hyperbolic. Don't just say, oh, it never said Kakashi wasn't omnipotent. Fine. Cool. It didn't say that. Fine. You know the ones that exist. Kakashi, oh yeah, I read that. Yes, if you snatch her Rinnegan Sharingan, you can also open interdimensional rifts as long as you have the chakra for it. Madara activated Kamui this way. That would make sense too. That's true. Yeah, that would actually make perfect sense.
I was elaborating that ETSO still scales to Naruto characters more than likely, even if you were to be peak skeptical douchebag and try to reject everything. Which, by the way, you want to be a peak skeptical douchebag, Bleach will explode.
Introducing the second generation Blink Video Doorbell, designed to give you complete peace of mind no matter where you...
Bleach will explode if you try to do that. Bleach will explode if you want to be a douchebag. You want to be a sophist? Bleach explodes. Oh, 100% Bleach explodes. Bleach is such like a vague, like up to interpretation verse. It will implode. Not as bad as Bloodborne, mind you. Bloodborne is the implosion verse. But yeah, you can be a sophist with all these shonen because it's up to interpretation. But I think the good thing about Naruto and Boruto is even being a sophist, ETSO still scales to the top tiers, which is very good. Because, you know, in a debate crucible, if someone was to try to say, like, I could be really skeptical here or there, you know, it still flies pretty decently, which is nice. Which is the main reason it was pioneered to begin with.
Someone chop up me debunking this, send it to him, and we can have a conversation about it.
I gotta piss again. Sorry. One sec.
I've seen people claim Kaguya scales to her creations. Those who equate creation to destruction, but their very premise is flawed because she didn't even create shit, lol. He's about to say some dumb shit. I don't have enough letters for every point in one message. There it is. All good, Creeper. I know you don't, bro, but like my thing is just like I think you understood the point being made about the data books. Oh, did I pause it? No, I didn't. Yeah, I think you understand the point being made about the that books. I would just like, harp on what's being argued and not like the side tangent. Like, yes, I was wrong. I'll say I was wrong. Kakashi wasn't stated to be omnipotent. He was stated to be omnipotent by his peers, right? Cool. Fine. There are an innumerable number of statements that we can find in the data book that are hyperbolic, go against the manga, or just flat out embellishing, which is really just hyperbolic.
I'm back. Wow, we got some good viewers today. What's up? Hello, everyone. Seth, go debate someone before you get old. You're not the first person to say that to me. You're like the 5th person to say that to me. Switch universe and dislocate the Naruto universe. What do you think? That's a stretch. Anyways, glad I got you guys thinking. Got some brain cells activating today. Not bad. All right, let me read some donos.
This is funny as shit. This is pretty funny.
What do y'all think would take to blow up that fucking door? Real talk. Dr. Jerome made that specifically to keep Goku's ass out too, which is so funny. Y'all think that second form Ulquiorra can blow up that door? You think if he uses his Lonzo del Rampargo, he can blow up that door? You think if Ulquiorra shot Cero Oscars at that door, that it would bounce off? What's up? What's that thing made of?
That's kind of funny.
Maybe it's like the same metal he made the androids out of or something. Maybe that's like android metal.
That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a good question, though. You think Bambi out-hacks in the door? No, you might be right. You might be right. Bambi might hacks the door. Bambi might turn, like, every atom of the door into a bomb. So Bambi might be able to hack the door, regardless of AP. That's a good one. I like that one. Bambi's a good one. Ooh, you know who else? Barragan. Barragan's getting through the door. True. Barragan and Bambi are getting through that door. No matter what. No matter what their AP is, they're getting through that door. Alright, so we got 2. Barragan and Bambi, at least. Anoki? I don't know. To be fair, though, Tien and Krillin's shoulder check might not be an atomic level attack. So maybe you're right. Maybe a particle style could still blow through there, because we don't know if it can tank an atomic level attack. Obito? Kakashi would get through that door. Kakashi would Kamui that door. That's true. Kakashi and Obito are getting through the door. Mm-hmm. Like, wait. His Neo Tri-Beam is putting down second form Cell. Krill. So.
Phil has a new home and a dream.
So people kind of exaggerate my Sukuna versus Madara video, because in Sukuna versus Madara, I never claimed Sukuna was anything. All I did... Yeah, I'm going to have to whip out the notepad. I'm going to whip out the notepad again. That's crazy. Wait, not... Beyond infinite range. So that's all I said in that video. But I wasn't like... But I never sat there and was like, this is what it is. You know what I mean? I never said that, ever. So in Sukuna versus Madara, I never once said which one I agreed with. Ever. I only outlined the multiple variations of ways you could scale the character. Which is true. Like, you could just interpret it a different way. So there's nothing to disagree with because it was just very open. It was very open-ended and just informative rather than a declaration of my belief. So to say, do you disagree with it? It's like, do I disagree that you could wank Sukuna? Like, no. Do I disagree that you can lowball Sukuna? Nope. Do I disagree that I think Goku would slam Gojo on his neck? Nope. So why would I disagree with them? I think everything I said was fine, for the most part. Although to be fair, I don't remember everything I said. But I think the basic ideas were just educational in nature. Kind of want to play some Tetris here. Chop through Majestic Attire and kill it in one hit? Probably not. So I wouldn't be surprised if it could have some type of property like that, or if it's at some level of power where it can do that. But that's a bit more headcanon-y, yeah. So this is what it looks like. So this gets a little bit more into theology, but you know, I've done a lot of Christian diving, so I can kind of give you some advice here or some insight to what's happening. So it depends on, would you guys agree? You guys would agree that this character is Abrahamic, right? Like this is supposed to be like, this is supposed to be like Yahweh or whatever. Like a Yahweh and Bleach kind of thing, right? And then, you know, there's the scene. His name's Adonias, because it's supposed to be like Adonai for father. You could even argue the three worlds are supposed to be different realms. This is supposed to be the son of Adonai before the creation of the world that was with him. And then gets sent down and reborn on the earth. It's supposed to be like an Abrahamic call out, right? Like Kishi, well, you know, Oda was like, not Oda, fuck, Kubo. Sorry. Kubo was like, yeah, I would have named him Yahweh, but the editor thought it was too edgy, which it is, 100%. So he went with Yhwach, which is sort of like a perversion of Yahweh or whatever. Okay, so this realm, Primordial Sea, this is the waters. This is supposed to be like the creation. So in the creation, there was the waters of the deep, and then the spirit was over the waters of the deep, and then God made light and then formed the world. Even like that sun you see there, you see how there's like a sun there. It's not an actual sun. Elden Ring also does this concept as well. I'll teach you guys about this a bit too. So in Elden Ring, there's this thing called the Radon. We'll just do Consort Radon. Even in Elden Ring does this concept. It's also in it's very just like common with anyone that knows about, you know, like heaven or whatever, I guess. You know, Consort Radon does this. I think Elden Beast also does it because they're both Abrahamic mockeries. So there's like a sun or a starlight, but there's no sun there.
Alright. Before we get into the Primordial Sea and stuff, let me address Karibo's thing. Oh, Grid is back. Nice. What's good, Grid? Got busy, but caught the tail end of that. I think it is completely absurd to think that everyone thinks Isshiki is unbeatable, but won't even consider Naruto and Sasuke's full power. Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, Naruto and Sasuke believe they're gonna die, but of they sure their full power, which they do against their strongest opponent and character, they would just know if the enemy it doesn't track. True. We didn't get to see them, so we really won't know, actually. My bad. Did a bit of cooking and cleaning, picked up in order. Hey, you good? If the light thing is stated to be unavoidable because it's light speed, then avoiding it would require FTL feats. Well, no, you're missing the point. The point is, if it's stated in the series to be X, or to do X, or to not be X, or to do X, and then it's blatantly contradicted by the series, then the statement itself is wrong, number one. Number two, it's untrustworthy because it actually goes against the manga, because in the manga it was dodged. Right? Yeah. The Rain Ninja Jutsu statement I have heard about, but I don't remember anyone dodging it. I barely remember that ninja. You know, the point isn't that anyone dodged it or didn't dodge it. The point is the statement exists, that it can't be dodged. Yet we wouldn't say fucking Raikage wouldn't be able to dodge that fodder-ass jutsu. That's the point. Once more, unavoidable is hyperbolic in this context. The door can be tough like Jiro can make star-level machines, lol. He lied about Sukuna's WCS. Rat tactic. It's usually followed because of blank, whether that can be speed, random pattern, or range. Yeah, but just because something is claimed as unavoidable doesn't make it true. Thank you, Rev. Golly, man. Right, and yeah, you have to look at the context at how something is avoided. Agreed. In the context of the Light Fang example, Naruto more than likely aim dodged the attack. Yes. But the overall point is that the statement was wrong. Majestic Attire Susanoo doesn't destroy everything in the universe, etc., etc., etc.
Where like Elden Beast, it seems like there's like a sun in the distance, but it's not really.
Get to the point.
It's over
Seth.
the waters. Elden Beast is a good example too, actually. Elden Beast, you see how he's like over the waters, and then there's like this like star-like light in the background, but it's not actually a star. So that's based off the concept that when you're with God, like you're in God's presence or that divine presence will always be like a light that doesn't go out. Okay, so like this like Abrahamic presence is like this divine light that will always shine over the paradise or whatever, or the surroundings. Like there's not an actual like star that goes up and down. God's light just kind of like shines perpetually throughout the eternity you're in. And then there's the waters of the deep where everything was created. It seems like that's how many Japanese people interpret the Abrahamic faiths. With the Elden Beast, that's what you're doing. The trees represent, lifting up the cosmology of creation. In Bleach, there's Adonai literally creating.
The fact that he thinks this comes from Abrahamic or Judeo-Christian religion is hilarious.
The cosmology on the waters of the deep right before you.
We are aware that Christianity is a baby religion, right? Like, we do know Christianity has only been here for, 6,000 years? Does he think the primeval waters started with Christianity?
So they're sort of, outside of reality. And then he taps his staff, and he sends Yhwach down to one of these worlds. But the problem with that is that if this is the case, so if this is the case, then that means he made all of the things you're bearing witness to, because this is the base state of reality. The base state of nature or reality is this ocean.
Correct.
Like the sea that he was hovering over. So when you see these galaxies or the space or the universe, these things were made when he tapped the staff on the ground.
Correct.
That's what it is. If this character is based off Yahweh, that's literally what it is. There was no stars or galaxies before he tapped the staff on the ground and made these worlds. In Bleach, it's a little bit weird because he makes 3 of them. But you could also argue there's multiple layers of reality in our world with Abrahamic faiths too, right? There's like a heaven, there's a hell. Some people say there's like a purgatory. Who knows? There's even other realms that existed before. But that's so to say like Senna is the peak of that character is pretty disingenuous. Like, I think that the most obvious theological interpretation, even for Bleach, is that it's based off of, it's sort of like a weird perversion of an Abrahamic creationist account. It's very literal as well. Like, he's literally named Yahweh. You know what I mean? Like, it's very blatant. So, like, you could be skeptical, but I think you'd also have to be dishonest as well. So I think that's... So to cap it out at Senna is, like, really just ignoring the plot. Now, you don't need to be literally as strong as a character that you're referencing, but I think in this case, that is more literal.
Seth waffling right now. The Light Fang was point blank and came out with this spitting motion. It comes from multiple creation beliefs, but I'm with Seth on this one. Adonais is Kubo's take on Adonaiah. If you're just talking about the name, that's fine. I don't really care about the name origin. I'm just talking about like when people assert things, like here's how I know he didn't do any prior research, or I'm sorry, how I know he didn't do a deep dive into this is because he's staying within the confines of Abrahamic religion in the Bible. That's how I know you didn't do a deep dive on this. If you did a deep dive on this, you would know the Bible got that concept from other religions. So you wouldn't stay stuck in the Abrahamic religion. Like, you just wouldn't stay there. But it's okay. You know, do what you got to do. And then number two, even if you want to go the route of Yhwach and Adonai as being based on Adonai, there are other references that Kubo does that go against Christianity in full force. Full force. We can talk about it. He literally has Mayuri as the fucking Baphomet. Not that necessarily, and let me preface that. Not that necessarily goes against Christianity, but from Christians' point of view, Baphomet is 100% against Christianity. Ursa says, dude couldn't name Earth out of the 3 Abrahamic realms. LOL. Insidious input anyway. He's not saying this started with Christianity. He's relating existence, Christian symbolism, and theology in Bleach to this, which is entirely consistent with Yhwach. You know, I'm not saying he's saying it started with Christianity. I'm just saying I know his information only goes as far back as that, because this information of the primeval waters, of the one universe, of the waters itself, is way older than what he's talking about. But it's fine. It's cool. I can't say anything for Elden Ring because I'm not as deep as into its story. He's doing the one-to-one thing. Not just the name, the whole concept. Alright. Not just the name, the whole concept. Okay. Well, so we'll have to do our own deep dive into Adonai and Adonaius.
Really what's happening, you know, because as we see in the primordial sea and stuff like that. And for some reason, the Japanese really like that ocean scene. They really like the waters of the deep with the divine god energy above, stuff like that. They really love that scene. And for some reason, they're very agnostic and atheistic, but they love that visual for some reason. You know, that's why I pointed out Elden Ring doing the same thing. But yeah. Yeah, so people that cap Senna as the peak of that are sort of missing the point of the whole primordial ocean and all that stuff. Now, you don't have to say Yhwach scales to, like, Adonai at his full power or anything. Like, even the Adonai he absorbs is, like, this weird, like, decapitated, like, corpse variant. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be, like, one-to-one. Yhwach doesn't have to scale to Adonai at all. But, yeah, Adonai, and, you know, even as a corpse, and Yhwach, these characters should probably be above what Senna did, 100%.
Listen, paying $14.99, $12.99
All right, guys, we have 5 minutes left. We're gonna end stream at probably like 1:07 or something like that because I was yapping and I forgot I was muted. But yeah, any last questions, concerns, anything you want to say?
All right, I'll be right back.
Before we end, I might finish this in my own time. I might not. Overall, I do think this was constructive. I do appreciate him doing his best to introduce actual AP scaling. So that was good. Still some things I disagree with, obviously. I hope he actually sees this and, you know, whatever. But yeah. Shout out to the 6 people rocking in here. We got Revenant, we got Grid, we got Karibo, we got Ursa. Who else is in here? You guys are the only ones commenting, but there are 3 more people in here. So shout out to you guys. Not saying Bleach is Christian story, obviously. Just that Adonai and Yhwach specifically are based on Jesus and Adonai mostly. There's more to it. Kubo takes from more than one religion. I agree. I agree. Overall, I can agree with that. I'm not going to push back on that. There are a good amount of similarities between Yhwach, Yahweh, and yeah, that whole concept per se.
Now we see Saitama's limits on screen. Like we actually
on his artificial like mindset. But then again, like if he can interact with the Soul Stone, I think that leads me to believe he probably does have some semblance of it.
Yeah. Huh, okay. Well, I hope that answers your question. Kind of reminds me of like the how much is like King Kong like come out. Just because he has like that existence erasing barrier around his body at all times. So like Tsukuyomi might not travel through it or something. But base Aizen doesn't really have that going on.
It was Hood Anime Awards or something, so obviously they were going to say someone. Actually just like a larva beyonder. He's actually like fodder. He's not even a full larva beyonder. He was basically half, because Molecule Man was the other part of it. So Cosmic Cubes, right? Those are basically like.
How do you feel about the themes of Gnosticism in Bleach? I don't know. I don't think they're even particularly like good. I hate bringing up Elden Ring, but it does Gnosticism pretty well. Like the frenzy flame burning. Like there was God. Edo Itachi would Tsukuyomi him. Have like he doesn't have the same like immortality either. He's not immortal, so like, you know, with Chair Aizen, you know, you could argue his brain gets fried and then it would like regenerate regardless of how conscious he is. Like you could turn him into a vegetable and the Hogyoku would be like, I'm gonna restore your brain, right? But base Aizen doesn't really have that like Majin Buu like regeneration. He doesn't have the barrier. He doesn't even have the same level of like, you can't even say, oh, he Kyoku'd Yhwach and like his potentially universal scale of timelines. Can't even say that shit either. Like base Aizen just has nothing like comparatively like that. So maybe you could argue Edo Itachi would Tsukuyomi him or hit him with Izanami. Izanami would probably work on him if Almighty can work on him. I'd be surprised if Izanami couldn't work on him. Totsuka Blade and stuff wouldn't do anything. Amaterasu wouldn't really do anything, but yeah, you could probably Genjutsu base Aizen. Now, if you want to get into like speed and AP, you know, Aizen's probably stronger. In terms of speed, that's more debatable, but question for Chuck for $10. Do you think anyone in Guyver could get through Jiro's door?
Okay, we're good. That was about all I needed to hear. Looks like Rev is our last one for tonight. Things like the Stone Readers being angelic, Holy Word, Auschvalen, Almighty, Hornet Salvation, and so on. Kubo tapping into his Christian bag in 1,000 Blood War for sure. Squad 0 were Buddhist reps. He's saying some dumb shit again, LOL. Yeah, definitely. That was probably, out of everything he said tonight, that was probably like the worst take. That was probably the worst take. But yeah, thanks for staying with me, guys. Grid, Rev, Karibo, Ursa, other mystery people in the stream. Thanks for staying with me. I appreciate you guys. This was fun. Might be live tomorrow to see his other stream where he's talking about durability or something like that. I think someone said gun level. We'll see. But yeah, this was fun. You cats, take it easy. We're going to get out of here. Enjoy the rest of y'all night. I think it's actually starting to be morning for you, Rev, so enjoy your morning, bro. When's next stream? Probably tomorrow. We'll see though, because I'm probably going to be traveling to Orlando tomorrow. And we'll see how that impacts me. And I have to go to the gym. I haven't been to the gym all week. Yeah, I haven't been to the gym all week. So we might have a stream tomorrow.